need you. You know me. I don't need you. I don't need you no more. You no more. Switch. You know me. I don't need you. You know me. I don't need you. You know me. I don't need you. I don't need you no more.
Yeah, I meant what I said. I don't need you no more.
hit you with the bleep blue. Let me hit you with the
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
everybody, and welcome to Collegiate Rocket League. My name is Oliver Bash, joined alongside by Chixa, Novanta, and Vaudable for our final show of split number 1. I know it comes as a surprise, but after a month of gameplay, VOD, we now find ourselves here on our final show to determine what 4 teams get to avoid the closed qualifier and what 4 are going to have to battle it out in a 12-team bracket. How you feeling, my guy?
Goodness. I'm feeling great. This is the final show of the split. We have the closed qualifiers next weekend and also the start of the second split. It could not be any closer for some of these teams. They are tied neck and neck. It's going to come down to some final series, but Bass, we have to talk a little bit about the format here.
Oh, format that has led us to this point. Like I said, we've been playing out over the last month and technically a little bit before that. The open qualifier in September, league play here for split number 1 in October, along with those 3v3 opens you can see below. And after that, we've got our closed qualifier. That is this upcoming weekend, not today, but in just about 7 days' time. These teams are going to battle it out to find out which 4 teams will remain with the other 4 teams for league play number 2. We've also got the 2v2 opens, which I encourage all of you guys to check out as well, but it all leads to our fall championship in November. And honestly, I'm excited for this one, but I'm also excited because we've had a lot of teams emerge through our 3v3s. Last one we just had was 3v3 open number 3, and Chixa, we had some interesting names pop up on this list.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a while since we've seen Boise State appear. We've known them to be sometimes at the top of especially West play, but they finally made their mark. They opened up and got this win against Davenport in their bracket. I don't think it really works out at the end of the day for them, but it's still a nice internal victory to show up that Boise State is still here to play, and we still see those familiar names in Durtho and Woozy. For the rest, 4 of them, Kennesaw, St. Edwards, Fisher, Ball State, those are 4 names we've seen across all opens that have continually placed time and time again, and it's no wonder we'll see them in a little bit in a different bracket. And Akron Blue also showed up another time. They showed up in our first open, and now they came back in this one. We'll see how the points shake out for them ultimately, but congratulations to all these teams and continuing to play in our opens. We encourage them to play in those open 2s like you said as well. It'll be a fun time.
I'm excited for the open 2v2s, but these teams have already earned enough of a reward. Every single team on this list, except for, I believe, Boise State, has now found themselves atop of our open standings, but that means these teams now get a chance to play in the closed qualifier. Every team that you can see in that orange has clinched it. Everybody underneath that, including, unfortunately, Boise State, who just won, do not get that chance. But this now leads us to, honestly, I think most of these teams were relatively expected here, Vaudable.
Yeah, a lot of teams that we expected to see here, but one that I do have to shout out that unfortunately didn't make it through is Indiana Tech. They had kind of an easier bracket in the second qualifier, fell a little bit early, and then unfortunately got eliminated towards the end there by Davenport. So we did see that tiebreaker matchup between Michigan State Green and St. Clair Saints Gold yesterday on Taco Stream. We casted it, went to the wire. It was a 4-1 finish though. Michigan State Green were looking super solid. So they were able to come out on top, get that final spot in the close qualifier, and now they'll be looking forward to playing against Kennesaw in that matchup next weekend, which is going to be pretty crazy to think about. And yes, there's some tiebreakers here, but Davenport, because they lost theirs, Fisher and St. Edwards are technically higher than them. Kennesaw also, they've just been rank grinders. Ball State, I gotta call Oaf out. He's only champ 2 in 3s for some reason, but he's 2K MMR in 2s, so hey, play your 3s games. That's all I gotta say for those tiebreakers for these teams.
It could make a significant difference, especially considering the teams that might be playing up against them here coming from league play. Like we talked about, the opens are only one part of this one. We've also got our league play, which concludes today. 4 teams will be safe. Those are the top 4 teams, as you can see right now, but they're not guaranteed quite yet. Novanta, this has not exactly gone the way we anticipated, with former champions Concord out, Winthrop guaranteed the first. I've just got to get your reaction to the chaos that has unfolded.
At the same time, it's a who's who, and also like I remember these people, and who are they, right? We have 1 confirmed elimination, 1 confirmed confirmation right now, and today will probably be decision day for a lot of these squads, but you're absolutely right. You can't talk about this split without talking about the absolute revelation Winthrop has been, of course, the new look roster, and even though Concord fell, they weren't really that far away from the other squads here. Parity was definitely something we were asked about for this league and how these teams are getting better here and there, and the fact fact that it is only a hair between being eliminated and being still in the running says that. But yes, West Virginia, I'm looking at them because I was always a fan. I was always there trying to keep up for them and see how far they're getting, and they're in a good position going forward.
Yeah, they look really good, along with a lot of teams that still haven't quite punched their ticket into Split 2. Jigsaw, we've talked about this. It's been an interesting scenario for every team, somewhere in that 3rd to 5th position, as well as the team just a little bit above and underneath it. Today basically determines that, and of those 3 teams, I guess technically 4 and 3 for St. Clair, are you feeling any way about who might be safe, who may not?
The only team I think that's ultimately safe is West Virginia. I have full faith in that squad at the end of the day when it comes down to it. They've looked really good, especially in the back half of the year. I said it myself, I wanted a rematch of West Virginia and Winthrop because they just keep on replaying in my head how well they've just been able to dominate the field. As for everybody else below them, I've seen so much chaos before. Who actually knows what they'll end up? I don't think even St. Clair is safe at the end of the day. 4 and 3 is a pretty safe record that they'll probably sneak in, but the fact that this many people on the final day are not yet clinched and have this much of a separation, it's certainly worrisome for all these teams. Every game matters. We've talked so much about that differential, and that can separate you at the end of the day.
It might just separate us today as well. We've got our match schedule, our 4 matches that we'll be watching today here on the Rocket League channel. We're starting off with Winthrop versus Baylor. We move on to Concord versus West Virginia, and then it's the OC doubleheader. Oklahoma Christian facing off against Northwood and then Cumberland, and this is what we're talking about, VOD. Those final 2 matches might literally determine who is moving on into Split 2 guaranteed and who's going to have to face that close qualifier.
Exactly. Oklahoma Christian, they need to win both their series to at least have a chance to make it into the top 4. But we see these 2 teams of Northwood and Cumberland, how strong they are. They are currently tied with an even game differential, but Cumberland does have that head-to-head. So if we see both of these teams come out with the exact same victory, maybe a 3-1 or a 3-2 against Oklahoma Christian, well, Cumberland will still have that advantage. So Cumberland, they need to make sure that Northwood does not get more game wins than they do against Oklahoma Christian in a victory against the squad. If only one of them beats Oklahoma Christian, they get the bye into that top 4 into Split 2 and not have to play that close qualifiers. These matches at the end of the day matter more so than any other league play series we have had so far.
Well, that just means you guys are going to have to stick around for the rest of the day because that's not necessarily where we're starting off. We've got our first matchup of the day here between Winthrop and Baylor, and this is kind of 2 sides of the coin here, if I'm being quite frank. Winthrop, the #1 team currently in Collegiate Rocket League. This is pretty much a definitive statement from everybody that's been watching. And Baylor, Novanta, it kind of feels like the makings of a team that could eventually take that throne, but for right now, they're kind of going through the growing pains.
Yeah, one of the things about Baylor is they're an absolute head scratcher, right? Everything on paper should connect. You think about the chemistry between everyone on that roster, their ball movement, their offense, their defense. Looks like it should be fine, but the record says otherwise. And well, what better way to have your mistakes and have your weaknesses exemplified, magnified against going on the Goliath of Split 1?
I mean, Jigsaw, where do we even start with Winthrop at the current moment? If you've watched any of the previous splits here, I know this audience has to, or excuse me, this previous games, this audience has to be familiar with these guys. Or maybe you just watched RLCS and seen every single one of these dudes taking accolades here, including Captain America himself, Garrett G. Again, still in Collegiate Rocket League. I mean, again, Jigsaw, like, where do you even begin?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I casted 2, or at least watched 2 last week from them, and it's hard to say anything bad about them. It is genuinely difficult to make any like constructive criticism comments because they just consistently do so well. We talk a lot about their fundamentals, generally speaking, in a game-to-game basis. They just have such good grounding. They very rarely make mistakes, and they still have the mechanics and everything to follow up. Their decision-making, always on point. They look like a team. They've been playing like a team. The one loss they have, give them the one loss. It happens. But at the end of the day, they have proven to be the best in CRL at this moment in time, especially in our league play. So we'll see if Baylor can rise to the challenge. But it's hard to do that with a team that has been so consistent and confident like Winthrop.
I mean, we always talk about this. Every team gets 1. Coming into this, we knew not a single team was going to go undefeated, and we knew not a single team was going to go without a win. And that has proven true. I'm going to knock on wood because, gosh, it actually makes us seem like we know what we're talking about here on the analyst desk. But truly, the one that we see from Winthrop is not that egregious. It's the former champions in Northwood, one of the greatest teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League in terms of legacy, in terms of university. Across the board, these guys have been here for a long time, so it's understandable if on the day that Northwood decide to lock in, you get a win over Winthrop. Now, Vaudeville, on the other hand here, if they lose to Baylor, I don't know if they get that just one loss anymore, and if we can really excuse it.
Yeah, that's very true. Also, like in outside leagues that we've seen too, this Winthrop team played with a sub and they still beat WVU is one thing to note too. So like they're that much higher above the competition, even with a substitute. Yes, their sub was like 2K plus MMR, but even then, got to give the biggest shout out to the program of Winthrop rolling deep as much as they can. So as you mentioned, if they lose to Baylor, there's more questions that arise for Winthrop towards the end of the semester. Yeah, they're pretty much locked in at this point from what we've seen, but there's other teams with Baylor having taken down tough squads. I mean, Baylor also took a series in another league against WVU, so like they're another team who has that potential to come out on top, especially looking at Andy and Hawks or JT. If they aren't targeted as much as we have seen, Speed himself say, hey, if you target the weakest player, that's usually the best strategy so that you can make them be awkward and go for odd challenges. And we'll see if that's going to be the strategy here for Baylor on their side to make sure that JT has some backup on the defensive end when they're going for these challenges. Because I feel like whenever JT is feeling confident, this team is on top of the world for their specific purposes of trying to get a victory. But it's Winthrop we're talking about. They'd be lucky if they get a game, I feel like, here, Bass.
An aggressive take. I don't know if we're quite ready to get the predictions out here, so I'll go to Novanta real quick. If you are JT in this matchup, what are you doing to try and prevent exactly what Vaught is talking about here? How are you instilling confidence both in yourself and also making sure it shows in your gameplay?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vaught hit on the head. The idea is about timing. We all know everyone on that pitch right there is good at what they do. And when your team is flying high, you're absolutely unstoppable. It really comes down to how you're able to be fast or slow dynamically with your opponent. We'll get the predictions later, why I'm saying that now. But it really comes down to timing and pacing and tempo with anyone, especially with someone who is as dynamic as JT.
All right, well, it's time to see who do we actually think is taking this matchup. I've got a decent idea where you're going with this one, Vaught. So let's start with Chixa instead. Chixa, who you got here?
Oh man, I'm not used to going out of order, but pretty confidently, I said it myself. Winthrop has been playing consistently more than ever, and I am very confident that Winthrop will indeed take this one. I think it's been difficult for JT to rise to the occasion. We say his name so often. It's just between Andy and Hoxer, they have a lot more experience, and JT still needs that time to get comfortable, especially with the talent that we've seen in CRL this season.
Vanta, do you agree?
Now hear me out. Okay. I picked Baylor, but here's the reason why I'm saying that. I am not a crackpot. I am not being like, there's no way. I know if you have a slider, the faster team, the stronger team, the more aggressive team, the better on offense and defense, all says Winthrop. I am not completely ignoring that. But the thing is about Baylor, because they are somehow outclassed in every department, it's almost like they become roadblocks on that pitch. They have to do whatever they can to be an absolute tank in that midfield to really offset the timing of Winthrop to have themselves a chance. It's going to be hard. It's going to be the craziest upset if it happens. And if I'm right, I'm taking a victory lap for the first match of the day, but I'm going with Baylor.
Okay.
Bold calls here. But I'm going to assume you don't agree.
No, I mean, I can see the reasoning for it, especially when the series doesn't matter as much for Winthrop. Again, because you just kind of go into split two, you don't really get, you do get more prizing. So I think Winthrop, they want to be the #1 seed in CRL for a reason. They want to be that top dog out there. They want to prove that they are the best above the rest. So Winthrop, I think they're going to take this. I think they're going to do it in dominant fashion. I think they're going to get a 3-0 sweep over Baylor. They are not going to give them any time to recover throughout this series, because if Baylor lose this, they do not have a chance to make it into that top 4, and this is the decisive victory for Winthrop to cement themselves as the best in CRL.
Novanta, bless you, my guy. Thank you so much for making this not a desk curse to start off the day, because I'm taking Winthrop as well here. I believe they're going to take this one in. I don't know if I necessarily think 3-0. We've seen some pretty impressive play from Baylor so far. The fact that they pushed St. Clair to 5 comes to mind immediately. That's a very good team that is not confirmed for top 4 and making the split 2 quite yet, but is likely going to make it there. So This is, in my opinion, still potentially a close game, but at the moment, yeah, it's not surprising to see Winthrop across the board here be the favorites coming into this one. Even with a caveat that Novanta has here, it's going to take a lot for Baylor to be able to overcome the obstacles ahead of them. Winthrop, the current kings, versus Baylor, the newcomers who we know have potential. But how much potential do you really have in your final game here on stream? Let's find out. CRL Sunday kicks off right now.
Two teams heading in different directions, but now's the chance to make sure you have yourself a bold old time. Novanta's in the booth being joined by the legend herself, Chixa. Chixa, how you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling so good. I can't believe it is already our final weekend of League Split 1. It feels like we've already had so much Rocket League between the opens, between the league, and now we still have more to come. It is really our halfway point after the end of today, and that feels so mind-blowing. Each team has really proven itself this season. We have had stacked talent. We have had loads of arguments when it comes to who is really at the top. And as we mentioned, Winthrop can cement themselves at the top if they do this here today. But of course, they've already started off with tons of high-flying acrobatics. It's getting hot in here already, and we've just started.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to keep myself in a serious caster, but I saw everyone's face and made my prediction. Let's see how it actually shakes out. Right there on the button. The first one to open the score is who, Chixa? It's Baylor, baby.
Yeah, it was a great just change of possession from the defensive end to the offensive end for Baylor. They got the one up on Winthrop, who wasn't really positioned yet defensively. The challenges came a little sloppy. I mean, both teams are playing with a lot on the line. At the end of the day, as I mentioned, there's only one team that's confirmed to be eliminated at this point, and that's a scary situation going into our final day of League Split.
It does seem like it was a crime of opportunity. I had everything kind of marked to have a nice extended period in the first game without a goal being scored, but already opening up the purse for Baylor. So here's an opportunity here to get two in succession and really put the hurt of Winthrop on the back foot. I wonder if they'd be a bit more aggressive as time goes on.
Yeah, Andy really playing up front. Hoxer trying to support him as much as possible. JT, the shot just way wide, but almost could have had potential. Andy still playing that corner. Hoxer lurking in midfield, can't get the touch just yet. JT is there, follow up by Hoxer. Can we get a shot here? Pushing through with those 50s, and Percy actually misses the initial touch out of the way. He gives that ball away, pass through, and Hoxer can't find the shot.
Yeah, those are situations where you don't get those too many often. You got so many of those Winthrop players in the corner just not being ready to block things defensively. You got to put those shots on target. You don't get opportunities like that all too often.
Still lurking right now is Winthrop. T. Carell's shot just goes off the bar, and for now out. Garrett G as well, trying to work that corner, cherry picking here, drop down pass. In fact, it's not a pass at all. It's an angle, and Garrett G finds one for Winthrop.
Well, that right there was all the angles you needed. Garrett G just put it down right in front of the net and had a favorable bounce. But you know what? The fact that he was even in the conversation shows how technically proficient Garrett G continues to be.
Yeah, we've mentioned so many times about his fundamentals in particular. And, you know, that being said, it's not the most difficult shot in the world. Is it tricky to perfectly angle it down, have basically zero boost? Yes, but he didn't do any crazy flip resets, anything like that. He put himself where needed to be, and that pass put on was perfect as well. Great job by Winthrop to make something out of maybe what we didn't see coming. Hoxer low on boost, doing his best for Baylor to push on forward. For now, it'll go back towards the other direction, but these teams seem to be both in the mood, confident, and ready to play today.
Yeah, this back and forth is what I thought was going to happen in the first minute there, but I guess that goal from Baylor being the X factor, it's already back to being level, so the psychological advantage that Baylor had is pretty much evaporated, but it does seem that everyone has been well scouted here because, well, never mind. As I say that, Casta cursing this one, Winthrop gets the go-ahead goal.
Yeah, we interviewed T. Carell twice last week, and he mentioned how much he enjoys playing with Percy in particular, and having that kind of chemistry with him. He says he lets Garrett G and Percy do all the work, and in this case, he supported them in finishing that one off there. But Percy assisting both goals so far. They, again, are such a well-oiled machine when it comes down to it. Baylor now looking to get back into it. They have to answer what Winthrop's been able to do twice now. And for now, they also are able to go back into that offensive zone.
I wish I had a team where I can be like, you guys do all the work and they don't drop me from the club. You know what I mean? That's both, but that's trust. A lot of times, you know, when you're playing Rocket League at a high level, it's not even where your teammates is, it's where you expect them to be. And those kind of like foresight is really what puts the great teams away from the elite ones.
Absolutely. 3 demos all at once opens up a lot of space on the field. Great contest by T. Carell. The cut as well to B2. Just one more. Keeps it on top of his car. Tries to play underneath. Percy, the follow-up. This one just goes on through. What a play by T. Carell and Percy again.
It was definitely a good position to get that knocked away. Hotcher with the turn. It's not enough time. It's still in goal, but going to be there. And that's what we're talking about, a psychological break and goal, right? You did all the work. You got yourself free. You turned around, and you just saw it just go in. Yikes.
Yeah, right now Baylor certainly on the back foot. Momentum heavily favoring the likes of Winthrop, who has continued to just push this envelope. Another touch here, a double commit by Hoxer and JT. Desperately, Baylor needs a clear right now. They haven't been able to find one just yet. T. Carell on this one. Hoxer has boost in the air, will get bumped in the pass. It looks so good, but the connection wasn't found either. These are the little things that can separate a team like Baylor and Winthrop. Winthrop right now connecting on their passes. Baylor is so close. The idea, the thought there, the execution hasn't been found just yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the sad part. You do all the hard work, you beat the defense. If you just can't find that last connecting pass, that shot on frame, this could have easily been a tied game, 3-3. But it's those little things, like you say, has really been the difference.
We'll see Garrett G. This pass here to T. Carell and Hoxer in the way. A demo by JT may open the field, but again, a nice 50 keeps this ball on the Baylor half. It spent so much time on the Baylor half this entire game. The time has just run out for Baylor in general. 20 seconds left on the clock. Hopefully, maybe something can come out of this, but T. Carell up, has an open net to work with, sinks that one on in, and 4-1. It's a pretty large score for game number 1.
Yeah, that's something you don't really want to see on any level of Rocket League, having no one in the neighborhood to block a goal. Some things you can talk about, coulda, woulda, shoulda, opportunities, level scorelines and all that, but if you're not anywhere near the net, then you're just wasting your time.
Maybe one last chance for Baylor here off of kickoff, but Garrett G quickly contests that one away. Hoxer gets bumped away, and still this one just played in the corner. 50s one. Winthrop will put this one towards the ground. And a game 1 victory by Winthrop, again in that 4-1 fashion. Every single goal assisted across the team. It was a wonderful effort. Again, the shooting accuracy was spot on. I mean, you can't complain when you see the chemistry that Winthrop has at this point.
Winthrop has the chemistry, but they actually look pretty sluggish. And I say that not to really nitpick, but to say, man, if you're a Baylor, you're probably frustrated with yourself. You had a chance to win. And if you're Winthrop, you're not quite on your top gear, and yet you still get the dub. And, well, I say game 2 probably more the same on the Winthrop side. If you're Baylor, the one thing I would recommend is you can't be in those corners. You just don't have the speed, the power out there. You're a slower team. The last thing you want to do is be in those quicksand pockets around the edges.
Yeah, the shooting as well, 11-4 on that shot count, favoring Winthrop. Baylor does just in general need more opportunities. They can't keep being in the defensive half for a majority of their game. They're going to run out of having any opportunities. They're going to be stuck with less boost, with less opportunities. We saw Garrett G in that one goal, didn't have any boost, sat on the backboard, cherry-picked that one, and was able to put it on in. It doesn't take a lot to create an opportunity for your team, and Baylor needs to look for those opportunities just as much.
I mean, it's kind of unfair because that's kind of a heads-up mental plan that you have to be creative in the moment with low boost, and Garrett G's in the class of his own. You're absolutely right, but when it comes down to Baylor, there are so many things that can do to tweak. This is why their season has been so disappointing, not because they're not good, it's just because it's those small things with the ball and off the ball has been the difference for them.
Ooh, this one right off the rip for Percy, off the mark. Andy, though, has a breakaway moment. Hoxer in front of everyone, trying to cut this one and still can't get it through. JT low on boost. All 3 players for Winthrop occupying that space in the corner. They get a nice clear away into Hoxer himself. Andy pushes this one away. JT as well pushes it upfield. And for now, Baylor has managed to play defensively. But I say for now very lightly as Winthrop keeps trying to find the field very quickly. Andy chasing Percy. Hoxer has an opportunity. And just like that, Baylor is on board first again.
Well, I was going to say short, secure passes is the way to go because some of these passes were so long they were kind of giving up possession, but ain't no more secure than walking it into yourself, right? And once again, Baylor opens the scoring.
It's a great opportunity for Baylor to have right off the rip. But again, can they hold on to it? Can they continue to stay creative? Can they not get nervous when it comes to Winthrop bringing pressure? Percy off the ceiling does get contested. A phenomenal read by Andy. Maybe already picking up on some of Winthrop's habits. This one by T. Carell. Shot up to the ceiling and Percy deflecting it away. Andy, look at the turn though, has the boost to work with, but another read by Percy to deflect that down. JT now off that same wall, tries to do an air dribble and deflect it away. This one cleared all the way towards the other end, but Baylor in possession for now.
Yeah, Baylor has the majority of possession and the score line advantage, but for how long? And the question I'm seeing, or the topic I'm seeing is definitely that first touch seems to be very, very heavy. There's a shot on frame. So I'm saying short, secure passes there. Chicksa, instant payter.
Yeah, it's a really good play from originally starting across the entire team. It goes from JT to Hoxer to Andy as they slowly work this little triangle upfield. It's good. Yes, it's correct. Passing plays are always perfect. And if they can get executed without anyone contesting, the challenge comes way too late on the side of Winthrop. And just like that, Baylor has a little bit more of a cushion moving on forward.
We'll definitely see what didn't work in game one is working in game two, because I think the methodology was still there. The way they draw it up, and that was saved off the line by Hoxer epically, was really like understanding where your teammate was going to be. A lot of those passes were not completed in game one. They are being completed now too, and I think it's a little bit more of a sync thing happening.
What a save by Hoxer right off that goal line. Percy trying to thread the needle and doesn't make it happen. A drop down pass here by Percy, and that one's deflected away. Bounce not in favor initially of Baylor, but JT finds a good read. Andy staying patient, waiting to play off that corner. JT demoed in the back end, but pressure still being put on by Andy gives him time and space. Hoxer as well missing the read here, and JT all by himself tries to find a challenge. Can the shot come through? Andy's back. This one's still popping up, and Garrett G just can't find the shot either. Is there a turn for T. Carell? It seems like right now Winthrop is just so rushed. They don't find a good shot in that opportunity, and Baylor was all over the place on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Once JT went for that challenge and missed it, it was really open, but as I say that, criticizing is just a matter of time. The pressure from Winthrop's too great. They cut the lead in half. I was just going to say, yeah, you had a time, you had your defense beat. Take your time because you are the faster team. And well, as I say that, on cue to make it happen.
Yeah, Winthrop relentless on the offensive pressure. It took 6 shots for them to get their first goal. And you bet there might be another 6 before the end of this one. T. Carell blocked by JT. It does seem like Baylor has figured out as much as possible what Winthrop likes to do, how they like to play and pass. In this case, 2 up. A couple bumps come through, but JT does get a nice clear out. Andy may be chasing for a bump here, but T. Carell able to get it off across the corner to the side. Andy up here as well, straight down, it falls, and JT will have to wait patiently. He can't also commit himself, needs to block this one here, but Percy is just too fast. The passes between Winthrop tie up this one.
This is why I'm never 100% satisfied with the relation that Rocket League is car soccer, because you can't park the bus for 2 whole minutes. Baylor said, I'm going to dig in, and look at that. That 2-goal lead is a lead no more.
Phenomenal job by Winthrop to not give up. Baylor needs to keep playing the same game they were playing the first 3 minutes of the game. You're right, they can't park the bus, they can't stop the pressure, they can't play too conservatively. What they were doing was working. Don't fix what isn't broken. And at this point, they need to now search again for another goal. Percy, though, deflects this pass, has a couple of flips in the air, but this one easily deflected away. Andy pops it over Garrett G. T. Carell as well goes up, but Garrett G on the backboard sends this one back away. And Winthrop now on transition looking to get one more, and they cannot just yet.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a complete defensive formation. Baylor is more involved with just breaking up the offensive attack than trying to make something happen on themselves. I guess they don't really have to. There's less than a minute, probably a several-goal situation, but maybe it's too late. Winthrop, from 2 goals down, is now 1 goal ahead.
Percy takes every opportunity that's given to him. 2 people in net. Both Hoxer and Andy are there, but there's nobody challenging the ball. You can place that wherever you want to, and he just does. He puts it where they can't defend against it, and now Winthrop is up with 45 seconds left. Baylor on the back foot after being up by 2. Can they find one here in the remaining seconds? Hoxer really trying to do it himself. Andy, not much boost to work with, can just send it away onto the Winthrop side. Does Hoxer have a play? Has full boost, contested by T. Carell, still has no time.
It's kind of unfortunate, even though they had that shot on frame, Baylor kind of regressed into a vertical defensive formation. It really seems like an idea on paper that works, but almost never in practice. You want to be able to cover as much width of the pitch as you can, especially coming from underneath, but maybe a moot point with 7 seconds to go.
Andy controlling, gets a little bit of a touch past, and JT unfortunately low on boost, and this one gets past him. He keeps it up, has some boost to work with. Can this one touch the ground? Off the corner is the read there. T. Carell will put it into the ground, and Winthrop now up by 2 in this series.
Look, I'll be honest with you, chicks. Being up by 2 games isn't necessarily outside the realm of implausibility, right? But at the same time, Winthrop looked pretty beatable for them. They looked pretty beatable for them. I gotta say, man, Baylor was so close. They stuck with the plan that worked. They could have had an even series tally, and now they're looking at series point.
Yeah, match point always gives another layer to what has been happening. But again, the shot count by Winthrop nearly double of Baylor, if not triple. I didn't do the quick math in my head, but Winthrop just has more opportunities at the end of the day. 11-6, so about double. Having double the opportunities and clearly only having a 1 goal difference shows how Baylor has been able to read the ball better, has been able to save better just in general across these games, but they haven't been able to finish preventing Winthrop from getting opportunities. At the end of the day, whoever has more opportunities tends to win games, especially when it's nearly double as we've seen. So, I mean, Baylor needs to challenge earlier. They have to challenge in the midfield. They have to challenge before that shot gets put on net. And they have to do better controlling the ball from their defensive end to the offensive one.
Yeah, the one that tells, I would say, if you're Baylor looking at Winthrop, how do we stop this offensive attack, is that a lot of times they do passing plays at the same elevation. So if you see someone go up, they're not going up on their own. They're not trying to be a hero. There's going to be a second passing option. See that, scope that, shut it down, and you may get yourself some more possession.
Well, that's certainly possession win for Winthrop. What a 50 by T. Carell, and that's as simple as it can be at the end of the day. Nothing crazy when it comes to it. T. Carell just wins the 50.
Yeah, shout out to the goal, 2 goals right there, man. That's that Super 3 flow. But yeah, goals count the same. Winthrop opens the scoring this time a little bit different than the previous 2 games.
Percy here has another 50, even tries to follow it, but can't squeak it on in. Again, those challenges and 50s starting to sneak up on Baylor. Already seeing it on the opportunities. Double commit here by Percy and Garrett G. That's miscommunicated. Maybe an opening, but T. Carell covering well. Hoxer has boost to work with, takes it to the ceiling, has a flip, does put it on through, but Percy finds the save. Hoxer trying to be the hero here as much as possible. His mechanics are utilized by Baylor, and hopefully they can continue to open up the field a little bit more.
Yeah, the shot was great, but got to give it to Percy for having the full-on stretch, but probably was just stopping the inevitable press. We have ourselves tied up once again, chicks up, but all good efforts defensively all around so far.
Yeah, incredible pass by Hoxer. Opportunistic again, taking a play out of Garrett G's book that we saw earlier. This time he's actually moving as he puts that pass down, and it is successfully shot on the follow through. So props to Andy for staying there throughout the play to allow that to be an opportunity for Baylor. Now 4 minutes left in this one, and we have to hope that Baylor has a little more confidence after making that play. Andy, the challenge, does win it, gets an extra touch. JT and Andy in the same corner. JT goes up, Hoxer goes up as well. Baylor eager, hungry to try to make more plays, but they have to be careful that they don't make mistakes as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was. Was that a situation where everyone's a little bit overzealous? Is it a pressing issue where you're saying, look, we have ourselves a losing split, let's try to do something fantastic on stream, but you gotta trust your teammates to command their section of the pitch, or else you put yourself open for defensive shots like that. And Percy on the button, it's now 2-1 Winthrop.
Yeah, Percy has just put on really well-placed shots in this series alone, and it's been difficult because Baylor has just been too slow on rotation to get back. That is not a difficult save to make, but the fact is they aren't positioned well to make that save, so it ends up being another opportunity for Winthrop. Baylor needs to claw their way back again to try to be tied in this one. For now, it'll be Winthrop with some possession.
I know that we talk about Garrett G every week on the show, but that finger roll pass is something which is a thing of beauty. Just serving it up on a platter. More goals like that, please.
We definitely might see a couple more in the remaining 3 minutes of this one. Still plenty of time for both of these teams. T. Carell uncontested on the double tap, but doesn't find the read. Percy's shot rare, but does miss the mark. Now transition opportunity for Baylor. Can they get this one near the center of the field? But they can't. A missed pass as well will give them possession again. Hoxer will take it, has Andy to his right, does get it over to Andy, blocked away on that pass attempt. JT, last man back, contest, but Garrett G there in the middle of the field. Not much boost left. Percy tries to send it down. Garrett G wasn't ready for that pass. JT on the bump, one-on-one between Hoxer and Garrett G, and Garrett G does find a way to make that save.
I guess Hawk tried to do something he did in game 2, but had the answer. Winthrop did, and that's kind of another thing too about creativity of how you score goals. If your opponent sees what you're doing before you're even doing it, and they find a way to counteract it, you gotta do something different. Make them conform to what your decisions are.
Andy off the ceiling. Back down to it. JT on the contest doesn't find the read. Hoxer was also up there with him. Another miscommunication on the defensive rotation. And just like that, Garrett G has an open net goal.
Oh man, that was another one you don't want to see too often. An open net goal, 2 in the same series. That's kind of demoralizing on one end, but again, kind of the Kobe thing where Garrett just stopped and watched his work. So that is definitely some swag involved.
Yeah, the confidence always oozing out of Winthrop. They've made things look pretty easy all day today when it comes to retaining their lead or gaining a lead after being down. T. Carell doing his best off the backboard. Percy as well contributing to this. Now transition again for Baylor, read by Garrett G. He can just pop this one up, and again, just like that, all that pressure dissipates. A demo to boot. T. Carell the score, and Winthrop just can't be stopped right now.
So take a look at how that goal was actually constructed. Garrett G saw the width of the pitch and said, oh look, all the other players on Baylor are at the same line of play. There's no one behind me, so all I have to do is just get big and blocked it. And blocked it he did. Everyone had to scramble back and open an opportunity to score. So when you have that field vision, which Garrett G does in spades, it kind of manufactures goals out of thin air.
Yeah. Really, again, they see the opportunities off of the smallest little inkling of plays. Andy tried to get it back from Hoxer. Baylor doing their best to maybe find a 1 or 2, but just like that, the transition so smooth. Garrett G will find one more. That one pretty much puts the nail in the coffin for this series.
Well, you know what? Before we end this match and this stream, I got to say, the first 2 games, I was like, oh no, this is the Winthrop I'm used to seeing, and that shut me up because this right here is an absolute clinic all around the pitch, different angles, using your teammates, and this ball movement has really put this into a more emphatic goal line for Winthrop.
Winthrop continuous on its pressure, on its effort. They haven't given up no matter how much they've been ahead by. They just continue to keep putting on that clinic, keep putting on those goals, finding opportunities through demos, on transition, whatever it's been. Winthrop has been there to make plays out of it. They're enjoying their time playing Rocket League in space. Percy to Garrett G, again threading that needle. How does he make plays like that between 2 defenders?
Oh my goodness, I thought it was an own goal, but you're absolutely right. It really was a dime in traffic. Yikes. Almost for the Rio trip.
Impeccable. At this point, we're knocking on the door of a Brazil, and it's one that it seems like they certainly want. Incredible performance by Winthrop. It's no wonder we've mentioned power rankings so many times. They are currently sitting at, I think, probably 99% of people's top one in power rankings. Winthrop continuing to be the powerhouse, the beast in CRL, especially in league play. They'll end it in 6-1, only dropping a series to Northwood, a Northwood that's been struggling. I mean, impressive performance by Winthrop. Baylor, so much to be had. I think the potential, as we keep saying, is certainly there. It just didn't show itself today on broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, I talk about parity in this league, and I don't say Baylor's a bad team, but the one thing they got to tweak is just being able to trust their teammates in other parts of the pitch, and that could be the world of difference. Wasn't their series today, but I do think you take this week compared to one of the early weeks of this split, the improvements are there. So I do think they're trending upward, but again, you're right. Not to take anything away from Winthrop. They had to win the games today, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to, again, Hawkster and Andy, who did a lot of the play today, who tried to make plays happen. JT still, I don't think, has found his place in this team just yet. He looks a little uncomfortable, or he's hesitant to challenge and is often being left third by himself. That's not a situation that we want JT to be in. They need to figure out, the better chemistry at the end of the day. Hawkster does open up the field with his mechanics and his plays, so Baylor has a lot of room to work with. We mentioned the biggest struggle that a lot of these teams would have this season, being that most of them are entirely new, is finding that chemistry early on. Winthrop has found that chemistry. They have worked really well together. Baylor just needs to have a little bit more time figuring out how they best work together as three.
I don't want to sound like one of those guys with the no excuses, but if you have a third that's struggling, that is definitely goal number one on the training pitch, to make sure you're ready to go mentally and mechanically to make that happen. And look, you have hard questions. You got to look in the mirror and see how you are as a squad, but you got to share the blame and share the eventual success here. There's an opportunity for everyone to come up and step up. Didn't happen for them today. You got to make sure you take that to the training pitch next week.
Well, that was our first series of the day of our, last part of League Split 1. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll have more series and, of course, maybe an interview for you guys soon. So stay tuned.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. In your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
My mind is racing, not used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night. But in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. All my judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah. It's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Vaudeville, and I have the pleasure of introducing Garrett G to the broadcast. World champion, now potential CRL champion in the making. How does it feel to be the #1 team that used to be in RLCS, now in CRL, Garrett?
Reliving the glory. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I mean, this split's been weird because going into it, I was like, yeah, we should be top 4, but I mean, we're #1, so it's been kind of odd. But I feel like the teams are better than how they've been playing. Like, you know, you've got Northwood, who are getting top 4 in RLCS, Crispy and Simon's, who are getting top 4 in RLCS, and then St. Clair, who I think should be way better than they are. So it's been kind of weird, but it's been straightforward for us. So I'm not complaining.
I mean, to talk specifically about that, the awkwardness of this semester for those teams, how do you guys keep that consistency going, only dropping a single series in Game 5 overtime?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. That like I said, I didn't expect us to be this good, I guess. I mean, I have faith in my teammates, but like I said, I feel like, you know, I read the chat. I think it's kind of funny. You know, people are like, some people are like, oh, this is unfair, world champion or whatever. But it was like 6 years ago. Like, these guys were playing. I was struggling against an RLCS. So it's kind of weird for it to be, you know, it haven't been this straightforward. I don't know. I think everyone's kind of underperforming, to be honest. And maybe, I don't want to say we're overperforming. I think we just have a good little thing going. I don't know. I like both my teammates a lot. I think T-Corell is really underrated in NA because he's such a good teammate. And obviously Percy, he always flies under people's radars. I think because he's a little to himself. You know, he's not necessarily in the ranked all day. But he's definitely one of the best players in NA for sure. So definitely got a good little system going.
Well, it sounds like you got that synergy going. You got the #1 seed, kind of looking at the rest of the rosters out there. Going into the spring, we're not even talking about the fall, a lot of teams are just trying to make super teams to take you guys down. And that's something you're kind of similar to experiencing that in RLCS, now having to kind of worry about that in CRL. How do you guys make sure that you're still going to be staying on top from this split into the next one?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard. You know, shout out JT, because in the qualifier he was absolutely going insane, and shout out to him for, you know, stepping in. But, you know, I expect Foxer and Andy to be, you know, really hard to take down if they're able to, you know, round out the roster. Maryville will be back, who are really good. I just played him in a cash couple a couple months ago and got slapped. So I expect it to be hard. I even expect the playoffs, which we got another split to go, right? We're playing another split.
Yeah, you still got another split, so you don't have to worry too much about those new teams yet.
Yeah, this is kind of like season 1 of RLCS, which is kind of funny, the 2-split system in league play. But I expect the playoffs to be hard because, like I said, I mean, when we first started screaming, this St. Clair team, for example, is really good. I don't really know how they're dropping series to some teams because it's Arju, Sai, and, you know, Jazz. I don't know. It's EU buff, so I don't really know what's going on there. But same with Creams, which we lost to them. We lost to Northwood, but I you know, some of the games they're dropping, I'm surprised by. So I expect the playoffs to be hard, a bit harder than this league play has been. So and next semester we'll have to fill it out. I don't really know. It's gonna be some good teams.
See how it goes from there. Well, final question for you here, Garrett. Any specific thoughts you have about CRL as a player coming in for RLCS? People that are like aspiring to compete in Collegiate Rocket League, any words of advice that you would give them? The floor is yours.
First off, I want to say I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity, because, you know, I'm not just here to play Rocket League. You know, I'm trying to get a degree, so I'm very thankful to Winthrop for the opportunity to, you know, represent them and get a degree, or at least work towards it. And second off, I just want to say, yeah, if you have the opportunity, take it. I mean, school is expensive, you know. I mean, school is expensive, and you get to play some Rocket League. So, like I said, I'm just very grateful for the opportunity. Definitely not, you know, trying to take, you know, not be grateful, I guess, for it. I can't think of the words, but I want to say thanks to them, and yeah, appreciate you having me.
Well, we appreciate you for being on the broadcast, putting on a show, some crazy clips that I'm sure will be all over social media later on. And thank you, Garrett, for joining us this split, and best of luck in the next split.
Thank you.
Well, that was Garrett G himself, the man, the myth, the legend from Winthrop, dominating the performance on the field yet again with a 3-0 sweep over Baylor. Bass, this was everything that we could have expected and more from this Winthrop roster.
I mean, we heard the expectations coming into this split. T. Carell definitively said this team was going to be number one on top of the entirety of the league, and he was right. And that's the end of the statement, really. He was 100% right. His calls across the board, whether it's the team's dominance or the individual brilliance. He said Percy's probably the number one player in CRL. We're hearing it from Garrett G as well. So the team's confident. They're playing that way in a 3-0 victory to stamp off the league play split number one for them here on broadcast. Feels only right, Chicksa.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, his interview, he just felt so cool, calm, and collected the entire time. But, I mean, obviously he's rehearsed. He's used to playing in very, like, high-pressure scenarios, and it comes off that way. You know, he's focused. He's here to play. He understands he's getting his degree, and he's also playing Rocket League at the same time, so take that opportunity. So it's nice to see how Winthrop has went through the phases of the season, has really gotten comfortable and sunk in, and how they appreciate one another. They generally feel like a team that respects one another's play and hasn't had any issues on the field, you know, showing up for each other when it's needed.
I mean, it felt nearly flawless across the board. Things got a little tense at times, but Novanta, I feel like overall the expectations for Baylor were set, and while they didn't necessarily fail to meet said expectations, sometimes you just run into a gauntlet, and the gauntlet today truly was Winthrop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Baylor always can go back and try to find ways to tweak things. I think you mentioned that in the cast. It's like trusting your teammates in the corners and all that. But absolutely, I mean, they had a really tough task. Some would say kind of a Herculean task to come out with a dub today. But the fact is they hung around for a lot longer than a lot of people gave them credit for. And that it's a victory unto its own because you're going against the number one seeded team in all the league. So props to them for at least trying it out, at least some stretch of things showing flashes of brilliance.
I think they looked great. There were some highlight clips that I saw that I just was losing my mind. Vaught and I watched the drop-down pass between Huckster and Andy. We're just absolutely flabbergasted. But again, these are the capabilities of this team. So to Baylor, I wish them the best of luck in what is most likely, I think they're pretty much locked in.
They're guaranteed in the close qualifier, yeah.
Yeah, so good luck to them in the close qualifier. Now we got to figure out who's joining them there. We've got our next match ready here, or, well, not quite ready, but let's introduce it at least. It's Concord versus WVU. One of these teams is basically guaranteed to go into that close qualifier. The other one basically guaranteed to not. West Virginia do have a couple of matches left, but so far, I mean, Chicksa, this has been the West Virginia show this semester. It's them and Winthrop way ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, WVU has only lost to Winthrop, and at this point, we obviously see it as a very respectable loss with how well Winthrop is playing, but WVU still, again, playing almost just as well. Tolmat and Gyro have an incredible chemistry. We've talked a lot about Angel, who used to play in this roster, is now their coach, and really having that effect of understanding the team who used to be his teammates and giving the correct comments that's needed throughout the game to make them confident and make them show up. You know, WVU has shown up in the form of Bat, who has been continuously lighting up plays and making really good looks. Gyro has been very consistent in his effort for this team. You know, WVU has done so well, and Concord, who on paper we know is a very phenomenal roster, just hasn't lived up to expectations in CRL and League Split 1 in particular.
I feel like that has been the narrative we have spoken about more than literally anything else throughout the semester. And Vaught, I kind of wonder, does today even change any of that? Even if they're able to get a win here, I feel like we still have questions for this Concord roster.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from Garrett kind of mentioning before when we even were on break that Concord's lost to St. Edward's, who are in those close qualifiers. So they got to be worrying a little bit more so, not just about the series, but about the future potential of them staying in league play. So getting a win here definitely helps those motivations, kind of puts the other teams on awareness so that they have to pay more attention to the squad and give them a bit more respect in those close qualifiers than some teams might have been going into it. West Virginia, this is for them to guarantee themselves into that top two for the next split as well, get some better prizing for themselves, the scholastic prizing, and then kind of make sure that they don't have to worry about anything else, because after this series, immediately they go and play Baylor. And Baylor, we saw them look pretty decent against Winthrop, but that's Winthrop. West Virginia, they've actually fallen, as I was mentioning, in other leagues against these teams, so wouldn't be too surprised if we see a bit of a bounce back from Concord, but West Virginia, they know when to lock in when it matters.
For the sake of everybody else in the middle of the pack right now, they are right game on WVU's downfall. The only way WVU does not make in the split 2 guaranteed is if they lose the next 2 matches, and they got to lose them pretty badly because game differential makes a massive difference here, and currently they are 5 games ahead of the next team underneath them, which would be St. Clair, and then 9 games ahead of both Cumberland and Northwood, the other team trying to survive in our, let's call it upper bracket, upper side of league play. Whatever you want to phrase it, it doesn't really matter because we got to focus on right here and now in the matchup ahead. It's prediction time. So, Jix, I went to you last time and then we went across. I'm going back to you this time and then we're going the opposite direction. Who you got on this one?
Yeah, I think I might have given little inklings of who I'm favoring in this one, and it is WVU. They have looked very dominant, especially the back half of the split. They've just continuously done well. They have that chemistry, that fundamentals, and a little bit of creativity and surprise factor. So excited to see them play here today, and we'll see the result.
You agree here, Vaughn?
I gotta agree on West Virginia on this one. I tried to give a little bit of credit to Concord last go around, especially because they got that win over St. Clair, and they've done pretty decent since then. They got a sweep again against Oklahoma Christian, but that was 1-goal game differentials. And Oklahoma Christian, they had vacation. There were some people coming back from stuff. They weren't scrimming as much. Whatever it is, this is a different roster. This is West Virginia we're talking about. They have been one of the teams who have been scrimming the most, and we kind of talked about that on the podcast the other day, just saying like, hey, this team are performing well because they're actually putting in the work, putting in the effort. So West Virginia, I'm expecting big things from it. I could easily see this go close to the distance though, especially because Concord were able to take that in Game 5 against St. Clair.
Vonta, do you agree?
I gotta say, yeah, West Virginia, one of the strongest nameplates so far in this split against a team from Concord that is reeling. Gotta go West Virginia. I know my last prediction was kind of out there, but I think this was pretty much more so.
This one feels pretty definitive, which is why we are sweeping the desk. It is 4 of us all going for West Virginia, and I just got to echo the sentiments of the other analysts here. This team's been great, and not only have they been great, but they look almost untouchable outside of the very upper echelon that we currently have in Collegiate Rock League. That being said, it would be the most Concord thing of all time after having not that great of a split to immediately see the desk sweep against them and go, nah, now we are going to pop off. Now is when we're going to take the W. There's a part of the back of my mind, man, that's just like preparing for that already and preparing for the interview that will come afterwards. But let's prepare for the here and now. Concord gets one last chance here on stream to prove that they are still the kings of old. They might have fallen off the throne, and West Virginia, they're coming hot for it. But can they finish the semester with their only loss versus Winthrop? Let's find out here and now. CRL Sunday continues.
Peaks and valleys have been the story for this Concord roster, but now they need to rise to the challenge in the battle for West Virginia against WVU. They've won every time before, but this one, it matters most, Novata.
Whoa. You interviewed Garrett G. Now you're in the booth. Can you sign my wall? Oh my gosh, Vaughn is here, but you're 100% correct, man. I can't wait for this one.
This is going to be a battle for really glory, I would say, for Concord. They want to prove that the first start of their semester was a fluke, and they are here to play and stay in the competition and put all the other teams on lock and notice into that closed qualifier. Want the highest seed that they can get going into it, and getting a win here is exactly how they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a win on stream always does something for momentum if you so believe in that. But doing it in a certain way that puts other teams that says, oh man, we don't have an answer for that. We have to go back to our training pitches. We got to come up with something else. Is an extra icing on the cake.
Ooh, almost saw that first goal go through from Crispy. They want to keep that pressure going against this West Virginia roster, but Gyro with the dunk over the defense for the first goal.
Yeah, it was kind of almost out of position, but are you out of position if you score? Look at this one here. Gyro coming down almost with gravity with the help from there. That was right there, the first goal of the game.
Oh, it's going to be so rough, too. Helix with the deflection. Samas barely got the touch afterwards, but couldn't follow through with it again. So Crispy now seeing what they can do with the ball. Does not get possession. Good touch from Gyro yet again. And West Virginia, they've been known to be unrelenting on offense, and that's something Concord's going to have to deal with this season.
Yeah, Concord does, and even though you look at their past defensive woes, Helix already getting the epic save as being in the corner. I do think this game means a lot to them. I think they've heard the chatter about what Concord was and what it is right now, and they're looking to show up and show out, because that's an effort usually reserved for late into game 4 and 5.
A lot of questions remain on what we can expect from this Concord roster in these monumental moments against the tough competition that they found themselves against so far this semester. Samas, not the best kind of challenges that they would have wanted for that 50 against Gyro. Good deflection into the midfield. We've been seeing some decent pressure in that first minute, but it all amounted to a single shot from Crispy, and otherwise, West Virginia having full control of the game. 1 goal differential still standing for now, but Samas does get it past with the bar down and in.
Well, look at that little bit of razzle-dazzle right in front of goal. I thought the crossbar would be a paid actor, but not this time. Making sure that one is definitely definitively past the line. Evening it up is super important, not a psychological level, if not the actual numerical one. We're tied at 1 apiece.
It's a good look for Concord, a lot more confidence than we saw from them in the previous matchups. A different story to be told here. Again, as I talked about on the desk, West Virginia, they've struggled against other teams in different leagues where they should be far and away the better squad, and well, demos are going to help them get to that mantle. Matt with the goal here.
Cherry picking right there's a crime of opportunity right in front of the defender. You got to push that in there. There was no one there. The line was cleared. Why not?
Why not is what West Virginia are saying for them to try and get the victory again against Concord. Last time we've seen Concord and West Virginia face off against each other in previous semesters, it was a bit of a different roster with Angel in the fold and not exactly where they wanted to perform. So with Gyro, leading the charge with Matt and Tool, a different story, especially Tool with the goal. Great setup plays coming from West Virginia.
You mentioned the Angel formation and also with Gyro. Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of a different shape, a little bit of a different attitude, but what they're able to do here is a kind of creativity, which seems to be the name of the game today, being able to have these goals out of angles we didn't think were possible. West Virginia's looking pretty comfortable out there right now.
Synergistic play from West Virginia needs to be shut down somewhere at the midfield line by Concord if they want any chance to bring this deficit a little bit closer. Already at the halfway point of game number 1, and first games of series for Concord, they've typically done pretty well in the past, won a number of them, but as we talk about, this has been the odd man out this semester against most squads, aside from Oklahoma Christian and at St. Clair, where they did take that game 5 victory to no. That was off stream, and when it's been the shining lights upon them, Novanta, I feel like that's where Concord struggled the most so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you call it stream nerves, and that's a combination of things. Yeah, you're on stream, and there's people in chat telling you what you should and shouldn't do, but it's also the waiting, right? You can put up little things on the community stream, and the turnarounds and being able to keep warm, those are the kind of things we kind of forget about. We're on these streams quite like this, and I don't want to say that's the only reason, but it does have a big part of team chemistry.
Talking about that chemistry, all playing right next to each other in facility on both of these squads in an auditorium in front of an audience likely for Concord. See if that will get them going where they need to, but Tool's in the right place at the right time for this one.
I'm not sure what's going on. The task failed successfully. It looked like we're trying to trail it, kind of beat his own ball in front of the net, but just put it on a pedestal for that second scoring option. Got to give credit for Tool for not trying to rotate back on defense, because it wouldn't be wrong if to do that in that case, but having an opportunity for a rebound, or at least the first shot on frame, class.
We'll see if Samas can win that 50-50. A good challenge by Matt, just to delay some of that progression into their own box. Crispy far and away with the ball. Flip reset comes through, but 2 defenders poised and ready for the deflection. And that's one thing to note that we've been lacking from the Concord side, is that defensive posturing. We've seen some decent looks from them offensively. They've had some high-scoring games against other teams in the past, but when it comes to locking down the midfield, that's where they seem to struggle the most.
Well, their shape on both offense and defense tends to collapse. And what does that really mean, Novanzo? You're just talking about stuff? Kind of. Well, you sit wide in front of net for defense or try to have secondary options on offense, it looks good. But as soon as the ball goes a certain way, everyone tries to cover the same ground, and there really isn't an option to have a rebound on offense or to have a second person to clear away on defense. So it kind of puts yourself in this all-for-one formation, which works when it works. And when it doesn't, you give up a lot of goals being out of position.
Odd pinch from that sidewall too. Potential for a goal-scoring chance. Good bump though by the offensive Concord to keep that forward momentum going, and that's the big thing that they need going into the next game. If they can get a goal on the board, that's exactly how they'll do it. Maybe a forced own goal, doesn't matter, they'll take it.
A little bit of pizzazz there. Vodafone just juggling the ball on the way over there. Simas over traffic, puts us up right in front of it. Maybe a little help from her friend or opponent there to make sure it goes past the net.
Both goals so far credited to Simas on this side of things. Crispy, usually known as one of the top players out there in Collegiate Rocket League, and did pretty well for themselves this last split in RLCS. Need to see them pop it off, and that's exactly what they'll do. 4 seconds, it's possible.
Wow, this is actually a contest there. We're ready for us to write this game off, but just like that, a little bit of help from angles and the ceiling, bringing it down. We're within 1.
Can they do it? Force that overtime. It all comes down to this kickoff scenario between both squads. Battle of West Virginia starting off pretty strong, but that is a good delay in the midfield, slowing things down as long as they needed to. Touches down, not getting that last goal, but had all the pressure that West Virginia needed to close things out. A little too close for comfort there.
Well, this is the reason why we tell people there's no such thing as not running up the score in Rocket League, right? Because 4 goals in that last goal was your insurance. You got to push forward. West Virginia did that, and it worked out for them because they were pretty much helter-skelter in that final minute.
Tough spot to be in for Concord, having to play behind like they were. We did see that early goal from Gyro lead to just a strong start for West Virginia, and they snowballed from there. So I think the biggest lookout here for Concord, seeing how Helix can get a little bit more involved. They were doing great on the playmaking, some good demos here and there, but similar to what we saw with Baylor, getting targeted a little bit too much. So West Virginia, they just got to keep playing the game that they're playing. Concord, they're getting there, but this is a lot better of a start than we've seen in past series.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as when it comes to Concord, if their offensive attack does not have one car behind the other person to give themselves an opportunity, you're great. That last goal, yeah, you didn't really need it, but the fact you had to have more ground cover to draw out the defense gave you more shooting lane. You got to be able to put your opponent, especially a team like West Virginia, who is a faster and more aggressive team, to think you're going to be somewhere that you're not.
Well, it's only game 1 of this best of 5, so still plenty of chances for Concord to change their fate. Game differential does matter for a lot of teams, but not for them. They're already being sent to the closed qualifier. They just want those wins to improve their odds of making it back in it to split 2. So now we go off the kickoff from Matt getting a demo to Samaz early on, making sure that they can't get that early shot that they did last time, and making it easier for WVU to break out their own half. Good at challenges, though, from the midfield. A bit more improvements here from the Concord side of things, and I'm liking the look from them up to this point, but they need to at least get a goal from it.
Wow, that sounded so ominous, being sent to the qualifier. Like, dang. But I know what you mean, man. Maybe it's not a little bit of nothing to lose at this point for Concord.
Yeah, nothing to lose, but I'd say it is pride on the line for these players. I know their coach, DJ TJ, trying to do everything that they can to turn the rest of their semester around. And so far, the last 2 series in CRL, they have come out with victories. So they want to at least close things out strong if the start wasn't as well as they wanted it to be. But there it goes down. Gyro for the first goal. Yet again, keeping that consistency going.
Well, the actual goal itself wasn't impressive, but Gyro coming off the wall for the option number 1 and having the decision to not put it on frame, to have it locked away, is a kind of a car control that you really don't learn on the pitch. You just go from repetition. So proud out to them.
Control is the name of the game for West Virginia, making sure that they don't give as much possession to their opponents in Concord. That's where they have faltered in the past, and having Coach Angel, who's experienced the aggressiveness of this Concord roster so many times since they debuted, knows exactly how to tear them apart at the seams and what they've done wrong in past scenarios. So it's good to see the adjustments that have been made between previous semesters, but having this new roster, they have made up for some of their shortcomings there. Samas from Crispy trying to see if they can close things out. Helix with the follow through, not as quick as they would want it to be, and Matt easily clears this out.
Yeah, got a props for Gyro there. Also seeing that Mac would not have enough boost to have that ball clear far to stick behind them as another chance to pow that ball away. Again, when it comes to different situations and heads-up decision-making, that has been really their secret sauce so far.
Good touches coming through. Samas now looking for an answer to get past that midfield. But again, everyone on West Virginia knows exactly the angles that Concord are going for. They've met them every single time. The pitch off the sidewall. Samas somehow able to get the save off the backboard. Jewel keeps the pressure going off the backboard yet again. And it does met out towards the net. But Crispy will get that final save. So close to disaster again. A 2-goal deficit at this point would have been not the scenario that Concord want to find themselves in.
Yeah, that long boy had a potential of being the goal of the day, but again, seeing Moss in the last gas moment to knock that up there. Just being able to track it down from that distance and not get lost in camera angles and angles, it says a lot about being focused in the moment.
Speaking of focus, we see that exactly here from Matt. Had to go for that corner boost, just didn't really have too much to continue forward trajectory of the ball into the blue half. So we are seeing some decent pressure being released defensively now from Concord, only having to make 2 saves, but most amount of shots we've seen for both of these teams so far. 4 from the side of West Virginia, a single one from Concord. They need at least more offensive pressure in their favor. Possession's the name of the game too. That's a good reset here, but still not enough for that goal.
Yeah, you know, I would always say in even numbered games, in the best of 5 and the best of 7s, that tend to be more aggressive. And at lower level competition, that usually just means bumps and demos. But what you're seeing here is both teams understanding what it means to have either series point or leveling up that series. So there's a lot less space being allowed from both sides. And so you see a lot more quicker decision making there, just like that right in front of net.
Oh, Matt just had to sit there because Helix did not have the path towards the ball and the goal. If they were a little bit sooner to the punch, they could have tied things up, but well, we can't talk about potentials. We got to talk about what we're actually witnessing right now, and that is Matt potentially baiting things out there, but does not work out in their favor. Tool will give this one up to Samas and Helix on the defensive end. Going back to base, they are content with wasting more time on the clock as much as possible, but you got to be thinking in the back of your mind, Concord can score at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why a 1-goal game is so precarious. That was being meant all the way back. And yeah, you don't want to be able to put yourself in a 1-goal situation. We saw that in the last game. It puts everyone on edge. So getting that go-ahead goal, or at least tying it up for either one of these teams, has to happen now.
Rough for Concord to keep playing from behind the way that they have, but there's the shot from Crispy, waiting for their moment to strike. Saw the gap in the defense and takes advantage.
And that's it. It wasn't anything spectacular. It wasn't anything flippity-floppity. It was definitely just straight to the net. And now they're level once more.
Those are the type of goals that Concord had struggled in the past to complete. So now that they have the basics down, they can level up their gameplay from then on out. Tying things up before 30 seconds remain makes it that much easier than we saw in the last game, where they were able to bring it within 1 with only just a couple of seconds on the clock.
But you're absolutely right there, Vlad. It really has kind of been their fortunate thing that they have a skill to sharpen on. There's really no training pack for that, but if you think about how many goals they got that way, that's something that's going to be their toolkit, and that was knocked away by Matt.
Oh, Savaz wanted a bit more of the piece of pie on the ball there. Just did not get a full hands full of it. So instead, will just be easily met out by the defense and sent away. Good demo from Helix to at least get the cherry picker out of their own half. 5 seconds remaining though. Gyro looking for the finish. The dagger in the heart of the defense. Tool can get to it. Deflected by the defenders yet again. Gyro, one final touch as we get our first OT of the series.
Man, talk about Rocket League being a matter of inches. That would have been a total go-ahead goal if it happened just an inch inside, but now we're at overtime.
Oh, that's not where you want to be. Helix does get the save though, barely on the goal line. A tough scenario for them to get that off that sidewall, barely a hair's breadth away from that going in. Just been too close for comfort for West Virginia on offense, and Matt just trying to bait out the defense.
And this is the reason why overtime periods always favors the quote-unquote weaker team, because they take more chances, they have less to lose, and they really are more creative. And creativity is really how you break deadlocks in overtime situations.
We got to see what they can do with the ball now in their possession for Concord. All eyes on them. It is their game to lose, because it would be match point for West Virginia, and getting that top cut for them as well. If they get the victory, they'd be guaranteed that top 2 spot into the next split of competition for Collegiate Rocket League. But first minute basically gone. Matt looking to close it out. Before then, though, can't get the double tap that they are hoping for. Good demo from Samas to get rid of that last attacker.
Then Helix showing more that offensive prowess, get the savory medal in this one, and also a couple saves in that last one. Really has been locked in right in front of that net.
Matt, tough spot to be in. They were hoping that they could get a better fall through afterwards. WVU doing everything that they can to hold on to possession of the ball, keep the offense sustained as long as possible, drain the boost as much as they can from the side of Concord. Make it that much harder for them to make these saves, but there's a demo on the back lane. There's a shot towards the net. Samas with the finish, and there we go. First game here for Concord.
just went bowling, man. It looked like it was going to be on target. Is this everything as Samas tried to do, get their hands on, just making sure it was in there. 2-1 scoreline, go ahead goal. Concord evens it up.
This is what we were waiting to see the entire semester from Concord. We saw some of it off stream, but now we finally see a game win for them on stream. They've gotten past the hardest hurdle to date. Now, the ball's in West Virginia's court to shut them down the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're kind of like, man, was it an issue of West Virginia not having the offensive throughput they did like in game 1? Or really was the resourcefulness of Concord to be able to put themselves against the wall early and find a solution out of it? I'm kind of leaning towards the latter. That overtime period did favor Concord because they had less to lose, but they also found a way to beat every single member of that WVU defense to make sure that goal was more or less in with authority.
The big thing here, too, is looking at Tool, not as effective as we got to see them in the last game. So if they're able to be online a little bit more, then they might be looking more confident for West Virginia. Concord did everything that they needed to come out on top here. Samas, though, the MVP for sure with the most score in the lobby. Seeing the way that they were able to get that demo that was so crucial for the victory and make sure that the goal went in at the end of it. Those are the kind of finishes that we were waiting for from this squad. Now, just got to see them come out on top even more so if they want to even further turn their semester around. But we got to see what happens here on DFH Stadium 10th year anniversary edition, as this is the time to shine for both these squads to take it to match point and show that they're the better West Virginia squad.
Well, to West Virginia's credit, they have a bit of solace to know that there's so much defensive energy being spent by Concord. If they score more, they'll win, which sounds pretty much on the nose, but you're not going to lose games when you put 4 or 5 up compared to how we saw that last game. So West Virginia has to score early and often, really stretch the defense, and then lock in the last remaining of the game.
Good touch here by Tool off the backboard. Gyro seeing what they can do with it, but not the angle that they were hoping to go for. Just keeping that pressure away from the midfield as long as possible to get their teammates into a better spot. Samas having to go up for that play. Crispy into the corner. It's good aerial acrobatics from them. But possession does stay in favor of West Virginia, and this has been the constant state of things for WVU. First minute typically goes in their favor, and they get the opening goal. Last game, of course, they did end up going down afterwards, so this would be all eyes on Concord if they can finally get a lead at the start.
It does say a lot about having the possession game as your meta, right? So, like, if you find a way to frustrate your opponent, you can really psychologically break them and use it to play your game. And when the times that West Virginia does drop games or does lose, they haven't found a way to put that with that offensive throughput we just mentioned a moment ago. So West Virginia can put those two strategies together, those two meta strategies together, they have themselves an unbeatable formula. You gotta make sure this works, and that shot on, that's cleared away by Tool.
Great save by Tool. Knew a shot was coming at a moment's notice. Waited for the time to strike, but Samas making sure to take them out of the equation themselves. There's a shot towards the net. Tool again from the respawn manages to get there in time. Just a thorn in the side of Concord, who've had so many shots stopped by that man.
I love it because all that pressing that Concord's doing, be able to be frustrated, puts them in a kind of precarious position to have not so much thinking about their defense. If you're West Virginia, now's the time to put something on the counter.
Seen some good aggressive play style change-ups from Concord, knowing that if, hey, we can take them out of the box, we can take the game and then the series one step at a time. But Tool is answering back. They're tired of getting demoed. They're demoing the entire squad of Concord, clearing the way for Matt, seeing if they can go underneath, baits out one defender with the fake, but can't get the follow through.
I don't know what Matt was trying to do, some kind of like Cirque du Soleil action to try to take out everybody on one side, but I love the brazen nature of just going for broke.
What you got to do sometimes, especially with it being 0-0. For the longest time we have seen half a game has gone by without a single goal from either team. Both giving it their all. Concord looking for the finish, had a shot apiece up to this point, looking for the double tap, and there it goes. Samas strikes true.
Yeah, low-scoring affairs will favor Concord, and just like that, on key, on moment, Samas going up to make sure no one goes up with them, and that right there, just easy money, 1-0.
First lead we have seen from Concord on stream this semester. Now the big thing is, can they keep this going? They got to get this away from Gyro's clutches, who is so consistent getting the first goal every game up to this point against Concord. Still have a chance though for WVU if Tool does get possession. As I mentioned, they've been targeted so much by Concord that they haven't been able to be as effective of an instrument for their team in scoring goals.
Yeah, it's kind of been frustrating, right? Every lane just has a fender out of absolutely nowhere. It almost feels like the players of Concord are playing with a fender on top of a fender to make sure they're super long to block things away. But the opportunity has to come knocking for West Virginia. The pressure's on them really to walk away with the dub here.
That was a crucial midfield stop by Crispy. No one was back at base, so they would have been scored on if it went past them. Great touch by them to keep it in play on the orange half of the field. Hold on to this lead as long as they can, and that's the big thing that we have witnessed from other squads that we didn't quite see this go around from Concord was that clutch factor. Now it feels like they've woken up like a sleeper agent ready to enact their revenge against the scene. And well, if they can get the victory in this game, they'd be one step closer to having everyone's doubts be silenced at least a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta love that drive by him right there on the button. Matt there, make sure it's even. I was gonna give all the defensive props to Concord, but that one's just a floater coming over the heads of everybody brought down. We're tied at one apiece.
Yeah, that was just a good 50 win by Matt. The defense wasn't quite prepared for it, expected them to have it go at least a little bit of a different direction. So maybe we spoke too soon in favor of Concord, but West Virginia going to show why they are the second best team in Collegiate Rocket League right now. Even when they're down, they aren't considered out until that final second touches down with them not having the lead.
Yeah, I do think about focus. I do think about concentration, really being able to think about being behind and finding where Kukama collected away. That was his Spartanski. How could it off for goal? And that is a goal. Concord, what just happened?
Concord's like, well, we're just going to keep shooting and eventually it'll go in. 2 crossbar hits, Helix with the follow through, and that's exactly what we needed to see from Concord to clean things up. A bit of a messy play, but as long as it works at the end of the day, that's what matters for this squad.
Oh my gosh, I gotta get a massage after that one. I was so frantic. I didn't know what to do with that. But yeah, once again, low scoring affair. Concord with the lead and the advantage going into the last moments here.
Oh no, this is Concord Unleashed. The confidence is here. Helix going for the touches, the redirects towards the backboard. Gyro can't even get the read themselves with no boost in the tank and a simple cleanup duty for Samas. This is the Concord we were expecting to see at the start of the semester. Now they have woken up from their slumber and are ready to take revenge.
Vaughn, I get it, man. Any given Sunday, any given Saturday, you got to be able to win, lose, or draw. But you let a team that hangs around that scrappy as Concord, they're going to make you pay. This really is an indictment of West Virginia's chance to really lock this series away if failing to do so.
I feel like a lot of this has to do as well, Navanta, them not having stakes. They know that they're already in the close qualifier. Yes, they want some more of that scholastic prizing. They want a better seed into the close qualifier, but now they're like, hey, we're on top of the world. We don't have to worry about the pressure that is in front of us. We just got to worry about scoring as many goals as possible. That's their 4th that we've seen here.
I get that, but it's a CRL, man. The moment you have one of those weekends, it's a tough time for you. And actually being on the business end of a 4-1 scoreline from a Concord that's been reeling, yikes.
Well, the desk might have cursed things. We'll have to see as we go closer to that next game. Concord want to confidently get another victory. They got a game 5. They got a sweep against Oklahoma Christian, and they want at least a 3-1 against West Virginia. Of course, we see WVU themselves trying to get at least one more for the road, but it won't be that easy to traverse the mountains, as it will be Concord waiting for their potential victory.
You know, in boxing, they'll say take the round, take the little 60-second round, but I would say take the standing 8 count. Again, West Virginia isn't doing anything that was against their normal game plan, but it's been finding ways to be stopped, especially in that mid-pitch with those key 50s from Concord. And now they got a game slip away in overtime and a really emphatic scoreline in game 3. So what do you have to do now? You got to be able to do some ball movement. You got to be able to be faster than Concord, because right now, the speed that should be your advantage is now working against you because you're always in the wrong position and seeing a ball's being scored in your net.
I mean, maybe they just heard the motivations from Garrett G during the interview and it's like, yeah, we are a good team. We should be winning these. And then they just came out and are showing us what's what. So, I mean, Samas, of course, popping off 7 shots on 3 goals with an assist and a save, doing everything that they can in those past 2 games to raise them up by their bootstraps even more so until they're levitating above the competition and making them second guess themselves. And that seemed to be the scenario for West Virginia, them second guessing some of the key plays that they were going for before. We saw them get the opening goal in the last 2. They didn't even get one for a while past the halfway point in this most recent one. So going on to Neo Tokyo, this is where dreams live or die in lots of these best of 5 series.
Oh, you mean that Garrett G interview that was hosted by VOD? It was a classic moment, man. It was one of my favorite moments of the day.
Oh, you're too kind, Navanta. But we got to see if there's any kindness left for West Virginia against Concord, if they are going to just bow out to them, or if they are going to fight tooth and nail for that Game 5. And Matt's not going to make it easy for them, especially with Tool coming through. Crispy, not the touch that they were wanting for, a dangerous position, but they pinch it away.
I can't knock Tool try to come around and get that goal, but doing so left them really open for a counterattack, and that could have been a goal going the wrong direction in a bad way. Love the idea of everyone going full forward, but you can't forget about composure.
Well, the defense is on lock now for Concord. They've been put on notice that they can't just take it so lackadaisically as they were wanting to from getting that 4-1 victory in the previous game. They need to clutch things up and take this in stride, guarantee themselves at least a higher seed in that closed qualifier and more of that prizing as we've been talking about. Again, throughout the semester, $60,000 up for grabs for the teams throughout the opens, the 2v2s as well, and even seeing that split 2 that'll be coming up pretty soon. But even then, the first minute gone by yet again, and we've seen West Virginia just struggling to get early goals here.
Yeah, and early goals have really put them on a pace to have walk away with game winnings. And so when you have something that doesn't score so long, right there on the corner there, Bob, did you see that one? An absolute rocket. Concord opens the scoring once again.
Tough spot to be in again for West Virginia. They tried to get there at the last moments. They had enough boost forward, but did not expect the pressure behind it. 119 kilometers per hour for those Europeans on Concord as they put that through the back of the net and again have the lead. So many times we have seen these two teams face off against each other. The Battle of West Virginia has been won almost every time by Concord in recent history, and they are not going to be going down so easily here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a kilometer is, but that one looked pretty fast. But you're absolutely right there. Being able to come with these different angles, again, low-scoring affairs tend to benefit a Concord team that not only has a game in hand, they do have a bit of that confidence. You're seeing a lot of them challenging those West Virginia possessions and making sure they win that possession game.
Good touch by Crispy to clear that out into the midfield. Gyro's been put into some really awkward positions so far. Not as confident as they would like to be on offense, being set up by their teammates. Tool's been in not the best spots either to go for these challenges. Crispy just playing high and away. The keep away style that we're witnessing from Concord has just been working out so well for them too. They give them possession of the ball, but not in a good spot that they can do anything with it. Matt clears it out into the corner. Crispy keeps it in play for now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just a victim of or a result of what's going on, or that's just crazy like a Fox attitude. But you're absolutely right. Once West Virginia gets the ball, it's kind of like they're in their half or they're in a corner. There's no one around. It does seem to be a dead possession.
Making the other team awkward on these touches is what Concord's been known to be so good about. Again, we were just questioning from the results that we saw where they kept getting swept. But again, there was a lot of 1-goal differentials in those series. So sometimes the dice just don't go in your favor, as we saw happen for them. But things are going well for them. If they can get that goal on the board, not the redirect angle that they were hoping for, but the pressure continues.
Yeah, now the time to get another one on the board if you're Concord. Look, I understand you have the possession, you have the speed, you have the control, the pace of play, and the scoreline advantage, but I don't think you walk away with the 1-0 just thinking it's going to be easy. So look for them to really make a strike now to double that scoreline.
If I'm any of the closed qualifier teams watching this series right now, I'm just kind of worrying a little bit more so than I was going to. Looking forward to next weekend, but they can't worry too much when Tool is in charge with the ball delivered, hand-picked by them, and Gyro into the net.
You know what? You do raise a good point. The close qualifier teams are watching Concord thinking, oh man, this might be an easy lunch, but the fact they're going toe-to-toe with marginally one of the stronger sides in all of CRL just say, hey, look, it's not going to be easy, and they come to your place to hang out.
We'll have to see what happens when it gets to that point in time, but still plenty of chances for either squad to make their presence known in this individual game. Gyro slows things down, can't follow it through because no boost in the tank, on empty with their reserves, and some good conservation that we're seeing from the side of Concord, making sure that they get their quarter boost, making it much more difficult for WVU to top up as they keep their attacks going. Gyro have to go all the way back to their own side of the field, then progress forward. Good flip reset denied by Samas, who's been playing up to par that we've seen in previous semesters, but we just didn't get to witness that recently.
I wonder if Gyro's going to do something else. It seems like the Concord side has pretty much figured out the kind of directions of those juggles when they approaches the net may be worthy of trying another strategy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, looking specifically at the way that Gyro was playing in the last game, they only had a single shot to their name. They're doing a lot better in that capacity this time with 3, but again, they've just been focused on so much because they know how good of a player Gyro is that it makes Matt and Tool, who you could say are quote-unquote the weaker players there, but still stellar strikers to their own merit. Gotta just see what they can do to level things up enough for West Virginia to come out on top if they want to force that game 5 in the last 25 seconds.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. The second or third player, if you do believe in that concept, is so important. That could have been easy, but it was knocked by the woodwork there. No, the second and third player is so important, but you think about how strong that second and third player is when people can't really read what shots are going to be. It's been the difference. But now it looks like we're heading towards overtime.
Potential for another OT. The last one went in favor of Concord, so they're not too worried about that. Demo in the back lane, though, if we do see a touch from West Virginia, could be dangerous. Samas carries this forward to the orange half as far into it as they can. Gyro, one last-ditch effort, does touch down. OT number 2. This one's for almost all the marbles if Concord can take it.
I hate using the phrase, but I did not have this on my quote-unquote bingo card. I really thought it was going to be pretty much an easier challenge for West Virginia today, but Concord being able to hang in and look like the stronger side right now. If you didn't know anything about records, if you didn't know anything about lineups, I would say it's Concord's series.
We'll have to see, especially with Samas looking pretty good on that 1v1 challenge. Matt had it red, though. Crispy keeping this in play. Samas is way up and looking for a third. Helix not going for it. Wisely so, they don't want to overextend themselves. The counterattack is what did Concord in time and time again before, so good adjustments that we've seen between series.
Absolutely, that was the right play. It was a smart play. You still keep it in play by going back and waiting for some sort of a counter from West Virginia.
Well, the first minute, we saw it go by the wayside last time in OT, and Concord were able to close things out, but West Virginia, potential possession play. Good bump from Gyro. Nobody's there, though, to follow things up. Crispy has in their hand. Samas, no boost, not really needed. Helix trying to get a better touch, an awkward position from them to rotate back into the midfield for the challenge on Gyro. Matt, good clear out to Gyro with the redirect, forcing 2 members up to be in an awkward position. Both teams not playing to their full capacity in this OT just goes to show how stressful this scenario is for both squads.
Yeah, when you have this kind of like push-pull, passive/aggressive, not passive-aggressive, but passive/aggressive approach to overtime, that shows that nobody wants to make the mistake. Everyone's looking for the opening there, and that's an opening for you. Helix with the dub.
Concord changed the narrative towards the end of the split, vanquishing the number 2 seed in West Virginia, proving that they are the better squad from the same state. Concord comes out on top and lives up to their namesake, conquering their Titans and Demons in this series. What a win here, Novanta, for them to come out on top. Congrats to Chris, Helix, and Samas, and Coach DJ TJ. You see them laughing in the background. They are just all focused in, locked in, not even celebrating too much because they're like, we just did this. We got the victory. We reverse swept our semester, basically. Now all eyes are on that close qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats to them. West Virginia, the state will never be the same again. But you know what? I want to take some credit. I think they saw the desk. They're like, oh, heck no. And they put their eyebrows down and made sure it happened.
Yeah, they did. Again, we doubted them a little bit too much. And I think they were kind of doubting themselves at the start of the semester. But it just goes to show that if you have that fight in you, you can turn things around, change your fate just enough. And if you have Samas on your team, you're pretty much going to be hoping that they pop off. And that's exactly what we saw. MVP every single time for their squad. I think almost 500 plus points for every game that we saw them in, almost even in the first one where it went the distance. They got the 2 goals to bring us pretty close towards the end of it. So Concord could have been a sweep if things went a little bit differently for them as they turned things around in the end of their split. But again, we are going to have to see how they do in that close qualifier next weekend.
Yeah, the big question is what went wrong with West Virginia? I mean, yeah, we talk about the desk, and we talk about getting things wrong and cast cursing, ha 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 ha, but we had a track record of all split of what they can do and what they have done. We tried to apply it today, but it didn't seem like they had everything going. It seemed that all of their formations going forward with the ball, which is seen in red, it didn't feel like they were connecting right in front of their net. It didn't really feel like it was their level of play.
Yeah, it was just such an awkward spot for Matt and Tool to be in. They relied so much on Gyro to be that main striker striker for the team. Once Gyro was out of the equation, they were scrambling to figure out exactly what they needed to do to turn things around. And it was a little bit too late at that point because we saw Concord at the peak of what we expected them to be this semester. They were going for the rotations perfectly. They were looking decent on defense. They were holding things down with the boost, and maybe some overextensions from West Virginia led to those counterattacks where typically Concord were the ones who were falling victim to that before. But we could talk for forever about what went wrong for West Virginia. A lot of things went right for Concord. So we're going to be taking a quick break, then afterwards an interview with the winners.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. I feel like my life is passing me by. 40 years and 7 months of true crime. One of these off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. And you were gone. I said I'm getting out. Town I'm gone. I'm always on the run. It didn't go to plan. If it's the wrong move. Another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to CRL. It is our final day of League Split 1, and of course, I have the one and only DJ TJ with me, Concord's coach. DJ, talk to me a little bit about how that last series went with you guys. You are at the end of the split, things may have not gone your way. How did you guys really approach this series?
Well, I mean, to start, it definitely has not been our split. I'll start right there. We're aware that the bar for us is set at the absolute ceiling. And it's first place or nothing for us going into split 2. But I'm pretty happy with how we've rebounded. Had a really rough start, but we come into this game. We really love our matchups against a lot of the CRL crew, West Virginia especially. That's in-state. That's basically in our backyard. It's just a game that it was a must-win no matter what. We at least have to be the best team in our state. So we were confident coming into this one, especially when these guys are playing well. I'm not worried whether it's overtime or whether it's 0-0, 5 minutes left.
Yeah, so of course you're newer to Concord and the entire esports club at Concord. Tell me a little bit about your role at Concord in particular and how you approach the coaching role as well.
So I'm very fortunate to be here to do a lot. Austin, our director, John, our marketing and brand director, and then Nate, our assistant director, they have me working with our lovely production team. We're completely student-led, and that right there is a lot of what Concord is all about. We're a lot about empowering students and putting them in the positions to succeed. So my position here, other than to succeed, is to make sure everybody around me is in a spot to succeed. And luckily with these guys, the coaching job isn't as hard as maybe people would think based off our results. But I mean, these guys are easy to talk to. We're very open and honest with each other. And if something's wrong, we're going to change it between games. I think we did that wonderfully against West Virginia today. And that goes to show what this program, not just us, but the entire program is capable of. We have an incredible group of students.
Yeah, so speaking of those changes, of course, the beginning of the semester, as we've mentioned, hasn't gone your way. What have you guys changed from then to now to start being successful in the league split?
I mean, it's a lot in the approach of how we show up every given day. I mean, again, the bar and the standards are set as high as they physically can be. I mean, we're coming off a fall championship, coming off a CECC. I'm coming in with none of those belonging to me. So we're all very much on the same page of, look, it is absolute 100% effort every given day that you step in our facility. You've got to give it everything you got. And we're aware of that. I think we had maybe a slightly rude awakening to that to get right back into the flow of things. But that's really the biggest change, just showing up every single day with that championship in sights. And we're any given day in a position to grab that.
So speaking of course, moving forward, up next for you guys is going to be that closed qualifier because League Split didn't go your way. How do you guys feel about now the closed qualifier? Are you prepping in a different way? What's the team's general energy?
Well, the energy is great, especially after a win like today. I mean, this is a really big confidence boost for us going into closed qual. But even regardless of if we were the 8 seed in league play or whether we're the 5 seed, we really like our odds. We love our chances in that closed qualifier. There's a lot of competition. I mean, CRL is as stacked as it could ever be, and no disrespect to any other teams, but we're going to see y'all on that Sunday.
Well, wonderful. DJ TJ, any last words, comments? I'm going to leave the floor open to you before we end this interview.
I mean, again, I've been on campus for about 3 months now. I'm just extremely blessed to be in the spot that I'm in. A huge shout out to Concord University for believing in me and my talents. Also putting the empowerment in these guys every single day to show up and represent this school. It's just a complete honor to be here. And also John Evoy for handing me the reins to this team. He did such a good job last year. I was honestly kind of surprised he let me be the one to take over. But seriously, to Nate, Austin, and John, every single day working here is a blessing. And working with these guys is a gift. So I'm just glad I can take advantage of it and we can, keep things moving on, and hopefully we'll see everybody in champs.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, DJ TJ. And of course, good luck with the rest of your season.
Much.
Well, guys, that was DJ TJ, of course, giving us a good outlook onto what Concord's been facing, how they're looking forward. And of course, this is always a positive step for them to be winning at the end of this split 1, even if it necessarily isn't going their way. How are you guys feeling and in general about Concord moving forward?
I mean, they've got a great chance. The closed qualifier seems to be something they're heading into with the utmost confidence, and after a win like that over West Virginia, I can't really blame them. We called it. We said the only way Concord's getting this is if we sweep the desk against them, and that'll be the motivation they need. Apparently, they didn't need the motivation. The vibes at Concord seemingly have completely turned around.
Yeah, a whole different ball game for them, it felt like, in comparison to the previous series we saw from them. They were fully awake and aware and knew exactly what they needed to do to take down this West Virginia roster. And yes, we were talking about this during the break, that there was a lot of mistakes we saw from WVU, but Concord were actually able to capitalize on those. And that's the big thing, making sure you take advantage of those moments. And they struggled about that in the past. Now they're kind of up to where we expect them to be in these competitions. It's just going up from there to where TJ was saying they expect to be that top team in the season and semester ahead. So we'll have to see what they can do once they go to that close qualifiers, but things bode well for them as they're on that upward trajectory. I'd have been a bit more worried if we saw a bit more of a downtrend and them going into that close qualifiers afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that it does kind of feel like they're on their way up. But as TJ spoke about, the expectations for these guys are about as high as ever. These are former champions here in CRL. They won in our fall semester last year, and we kind of expected them to keep that up going into this semester as well. Novanta, even if they are able to kind of turn it around and split two, do you think there's still kind of a reason to worry here, considering they've kind of been shown, they are vulnerable? It is a team that is no longer infallible.
I think there's a reason to worry a couple weeks ago when it was actually happening, right? You talk about turning over a new page. I know Split 2 doesn't necessarily wipe the slate clean 100%, but there's definitely a good break for any team to sit there and say, look, we got to go back to fundamentals, what brought us to the dance. And we saw that in the last couple games here. So all that, the tools are there. The vibes are there. It seems like, according to the interview, got to put those together to make sure you get some dubs.
Vibes are there. They're starting to get their W's. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to make all too much of a difference here on our overall standings and, well, their pathway out of league split number 1. Take a quick look at those here if we can, to just give you guys a quick check-in to where we're standing overall here for the standings of CRL split number 1 here for the fall. Like we said, Concord, they are definitively going to that match, but they've now locked themselves, or I think locked themselves into a position where they are not going to go as the 7th or 8th seed. Depending on what happens here with Oklahoma Christian, maybe things could change a little bit, but for right now, they're sitting a little bit more comfortably above the rest of the teams here, Chicks, and that's got to feel good for them, especially considering, like we said, how the semester started.
Yeah, I think, again, we keep looking back at these. We're wondering where each team's going to end up. We've seen how they've kind of pivoted. Of course, now with WVU taking that loss, everyone's, looking a little expectantly at how 2 through essentially 5 or 6 is going to end up shaking out, when 4 and 3 and 3 and 4 could play a huge factor in who ends up making it at the end of the day. It's really weird to see that mark between who clinches that cutoff is potentially 4 and 3 and 3 and 4. That's how that's scary it is. It's not like we have someone who's 7 and 0 and 6 and 1, and they're clearly at the top of the leaderboard. We're just barely at 50% win rate for these teams in some regard, and that could be the difference of if you make it or not, and how much chaos that we've had between this bracket.
It makes me so happy that this is where we currently are in CRL. That this is how the level of every team coming closer and closer to equal level with each other, which means this next match is all the more important. Oklahoma Christian starts their doubleheader here and now versus Northwood. And we've talked about this a lot, bud. This series for both Northwood and for OC means a ton. If Northwood are able to take this in a sweep, they technically push themselves above St. Clair, as St. Clair has a +2 differential at the moment. If Northwood goes +3 here, they pass them. So a sweep is by far the number one thing they are looking for.
That is the big thing that they're looking for, but of course they want at least a win, because if they get a win and their counterparts in Cumberland do not get a win, then they also make it in just because they have the better series differential there as well. So that's a big thing. They got to get a win, but they got to get a confident win against Oklahoma Christian. Oklahoma Christian, they are basically trying to play spoiler at this point. They can technically, quote unquote, technically make it in if they both sweep their series, but that's going to be a tough task against these two top teams who we saw start off the semester pretty strong, and we've seen them doubt themselves personally. And you're playing against, former top team in Northwood who've had their trials and tribulations so far, but now we just expect greatness from them if they want to prove themselves worthy of that second split.
I'm excited to see this team back again, because we've seen the highs and then we have seen the lows across the board. I don't know how much we've really seen of Kareem's. Feels like his camera's a 50-50 shot on whether or not we're going to actually see it on the day at this point. But we're seeing him here today. He's looking locked in. He's looking ready to go. And Novanta, this kind of feels like what we've needed to see from them the entire split, though. We talk a lot about it. When Northwood are locked in, they're an unbelievably talented team, but they haven't locked in all too often this semester.
Yeah, that's kind of a really tough thing to say here from the caster booth, right? You guys need to lock in some more. But yeah, here's a booth. Here's a team that's so strong, and their losses have been so puzzling and so confounding as to how that happened. It's not like you can say, well, your defense is lacking, or you need to get more aggressive. It just seems to be not your night or not your week, and those are kind of hard to quantify. But that said, Northwood has been the gold standard, the platinum standard for so long. They got themselves the benefit of the doubt.
The benefit of the doubt is probably the best we can give them at this moment, because again, it just doesn't feel like a normal Northwood semester. The fact they are coming into this series 3-3 for a team that regularly would take maybe, 2 losses in a whole semester, let alone a split, things have gotten weird for this team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay that way. The late resurgence we have seen from them, Chixa, feels like this team is not only back, but it kind of feels like they're starting to climb the mountain again and really starting to see what the ceiling for this team is now.
Yeah, like we've mentioned a bunch, the play style is just different from what we've seen in the past to CRL, and Northwood, I think, is taking a little bit more time to change and adapt to that play style. We have a lot of people who have played much more competitive Rocket League than in the past in collegiate now, so that whole changes the dynamic of everything that we've been seeing. I think Northwood is adjusting at the right time. They do have that experience, that leadership, that grounding, and they have the outlook and the confidence as always. We know every time we interview Creams, he says they're the best in CRL, they have the talent, they should be putting out the numbers on paper each and every time. They just can't make the mistakes that they've been making. I mean, to give them the credit, they are the only team to beat Winthrop. Some people could call it a fluke if they'd like. Some people can say that Northwood, if playing to their potential, beats teams like Winthrop on the daily. So a lot of questions to be had with Northwood. And of
Wait,
course,
do you call it a fluke? Wait a minute.
I'm not saying it's a fluke. I'm saying people are calling it a fluke.
Some people are.
Sprinkle it in there.
Some people.
Hey,
Well-
I mean, you can make your own decision.
You know what? It's time for our decisions here. Our third game of the day, and we need some predictions from all four of us on desk. Novanta, you've talked a lot of game, but I'm getting an inkling. Where are you going with this one, my friend?
The thing about Northwood, and Chicks is right, they are kind of paying the Garrett G. Kernovi tax this semester, but when I talk about the wins and losses, you can't really kind of quantify how they win or loss. It's a wild card. I don't like wild cards. I'm going with Oklahoma Christian. Look, I'm 0 for 2 today. This is a chance for me to get one dub in here. Please,
Okay.
Oklahoma, do it for me. Yeah.
I feel like you're the odd man out. You're like skipping every time there is an upset. This might be that scenario again.
If I predict an upset every time, eventually when it happens, I'm right. And that's what it is
Yeah,
here
you
right
go.
now. I like this. It's a good mentality, and it prevents us from what I feel like might be a desk sweep here, Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm going Northwood all the way on this one. I don't think it was a fluke that they took down not West Virginia specifically, Winthrop on that series in that Game 5 OT. They looked confident. They could have closed it out earlier. They just went to overtime because they got a little overzealous on offense. So if they can lock things down and lock in this series, especially against a Oklahoma Christian who are questioning their own selves and motivations in these series, I think they can come out on top just due to the respect that this Oklahoma Christian roster is going to be giving them.
Get another surprise here, Chixa. How you feeling?
No surprises for me. I'm going with Northwood. You know, I'm very confident in this roster. I do think they need to settle down a little bit. You know, they're confident, sometimes maybe a little bit too confident. I think losing as much as they have has grounded them in being more realistic and being more in the game while it's happening. So I'm hoping the best for them, but at the same time, this is CRL, and we've had plenty of upsets already won today. So who really knows? We are allowed to be wrong in our predictions because most of us have been very wrong this season, but we will see truly what happens.
I've been keeping track of our predictions. We're actually doing decently. The entire desk across the board is 50% or better. Chixa, you're actually technically in the lead right now at 60%, so we're doing pretty well. And that's why I got to keep on with actually what my gut says here, and I'm taking Northwood. Look, I predicted Oklahoma Christian. I was actually the only person to predict them when they got their win this semester, and I would like to do it again, but I have just not seen enough currently, especially with the loss they took this week as a 3-0 defeat versus Concord. Makes me think that this team is starting to feel the pains of CRL, and I think this is going to be another example of that. But the big question now becomes, how much can they actually keep up with Northwood. It's not just about can they get the win anymore, it's about how many games can they take. Oklahoma Christian, your doubleheader starts now, and for Northwood and Cumberland, every game win feels so miraculous. They need every one of these. How many can they get? Let's find out. Our third match starts now.
The match that matters most for Northwood. They did not think they would find themselves in this precarious position, Chicksa, where they have to win or else they will be sent to the closed qualifiers. This is a team who just a couple weeks ago said they were the kings of CRL. They are the ones who own the league. Well, they got to make sure they can at least stay in the league at the first spot.
Yeah, I remember that interview very well with Creams, and Northwood and close qualifier just don't make sense in my head. They've almost always notoriously been in whatever league format that we've had. So for them to be quote unquote struggling a little bit this season, I understand why. We've seen many teams struggle, but will they struggle today and here and now is really the question. Oklahoma Christian have a lot to work for. They are playing spoiler if they want, and they still have chances if they win today. We mentioned how close that 3-4 or 4-3 record could really be at the end of the day, and North has an open net to work with. Oklahoma Christian on the board first.
Oh, that does not bode well for Northwood, but North himself was going to take advantage for this counterattack. Neil actually air dodged the wrong way, rolled to the right instead of the left for the challenge, and did not quite expect the speed from North on that counter. So early goals here from Oklahoma Christian does work out in their favor, but will it be enough for them to get the victory?
Still plenty of time in this one, and almost for Northwood on the response, but can't find the shot that's needed. A lot of settling down needs to be done in this game. I still feel like everyone's very sporadic to start out, and everyone understands this is the final day of League Split 1. So a lot of stakes are on the line, and that can give a lot of pressure to these teams that are certainly on the brink of making it. We'll see if Creams is able to work some magic of his own, making it across field. Maybe got bumped by a teammate, so wasn't there as quickly as needed. Zanil, no boost to follow up, and for now, Oklahoma Christian looking to get out of their half.
We saw when Northwood fell in their previous series last time that they seemed really awkward on the rotations, and we are starting to witness some of that again from this team. So that's the one thing I would say they really need to nail down on if they want to come out on top against Oklahoma Christian, who again, yeah, Concord took them in a sweep, but it was also 1-goal games across the board. So seeing how West Virginia were even struggling against that squad, Oklahoma Christian can't be counted out so far, especially with this lead that they've been holding on to pretty decently. We haven't seen strong offensive pressure enough from Northwood. Need a little bit more from what we've seen when they were facing off against Winthrop, because that was their peak. Right now, they're still in a bit of a valley.
Cream's a very dangerous touch, the only one that he can make, and luckily no one on the follow-up. Hockey, another save to send out to Zanil, has some boost to work with, is in the air and contested perfectly by Chili. That's a safe place to put in the corner. This one to North will have a little bit of space to work with, gets it over everybody. Chili winning this 50 in the corner, and Hockey having the follow-up to get this one through. Looking for Creams, the pinch off the mark, trying to be creative as Northwood, and almost making it through.
So close, but not far enough for Northwood that time. At the halfway point already without a single goal. First games typically don't go in the favor of this team, but every game needs to go in favor of this Northwood roster. Again, if they tie the victory potential against Oklahoma Christian the same way Cumberland do, they still lose due to the head-to-head. So they'll have to make sure that they get a confident series win. And right now, confidence is anything but I would explain this roster as, but they do get the crossbar touch. They can't get the finish though, and I was hoping they'd prove me wrong, but they can't just yet.
Execution has been one of the biggest factors when it comes down to it, whether it's accuracy on shot or being there positionally when needed to follow up on a pass. It's what bridges the gap between teams like Winthrop right now at the top and teams like Northwood and Concord who are struggling. They don't have that execution that we've seen from them in prior years. So right now, missing out on opportunities is not going to bode well for them in the long game. Green's trying to 50 this one, still can't get through. G-Man, North, 2 back-to-back saves, and somehow OKC is still alive.
6 shots from Northwood, and making that 7 now, deflected and denied by Oklahoma Christian. The defense can only hold for so long though, 2 saves apiece for each member. to keep them in this game as long as they can. A little bit over a minute remaining though. Northwood, they know just one touch, one goal could be all that matters for them to stay in the uppercut of this league play split 1. So they need to put the pedal to the metal. They need to get this away from G-Man. Redirect comes through. Follow through could have followed by North, but was a bit too hesitant on that play. That cushion goal was there for them for the taking.
Yeah, I think they're just hesitant in general because they don't want to make a mistake to lose this lead. But we've seen how not playing the way that you play, to win the game, to consistently be on top, and starting to change that game plan cannot work out in your favor. So it's dangerous for OKC at this point. They've spent so much time on the defensive half. They have recorded so far 7 saves across 9 shots by Northwood. And there might be another one soon that's needed. Shot here won't be on the mark for Hockey. Finished by Creams with the final 8 seconds. And just like that, defense can only hold for so long.
Sighs of relief on the side of Northwood as they figured out the magic that was missing from scoring the goals. 8 seconds might not seem like a lot to most squads, but if they get the one kickoff touch, that might be enough for the give and go. They go for the challenge here. Does actually win out for Creams for a second. Does get denied though by North, the other direction it goes, and the time remaining on the clock. One final touch from G-Man, seeing if they can get the passing play. Hockey denies it. There's no follow through here, and it will touch down for OT in game 1.
Who would have thought this would already go to OT to start off this series? Honestly, I'm not surprised in the least. You could tell the pressure in this game is very palpable for both of these teams, and they have struggled to remain consistent across 5 minutes of gameplay. Now we, of course, exceed that 5-minute threshold as we go into overtime. Right now, Northwood testing the waters, being on that offensive zone, but haven't been able to break through the defense just yet again.
Potential here from Hockey if they can at least hold on to control of the ball. Boost stolen right underneath their noses, so we'll have to just take away the midfield and see if they can go for a disruptive play, but Chili off the crossbar in a way they needed to close that one out somehow. Did not go through.
Where's the challenge for Northwood? That ball was sitting in front of their net for what felt like ages. And finally, good thing it doesn't go on through. It's deflected away. Hockey has the flip off the ceiling, doesn't get to it in time. That could have also been the game, but we move on forward. Both teams still struggling to find the one play that's needed. This one deflected away. And what do you know? We still retain in overtime.
Quick update as well in the background. West Virginia, for their final series, took down Baylor 3-0, so they have locked themselves into the top of the bracket. So congrats to them, and Baylor will definitely be seeing them in that close qualifier. Nonetheless, though, seeing the way that this series is going, either of these teams can come out on top, and I don't think that'll be the story of the series because, again, this is just too close to call for either side having a clear advantage, especially with Northwood getting pushed to the brink here.
Yeah, it was a bump that came on through, but unfortunately the shot not as good as it needed to be. Hockey still trying to be in the way. Cream's only one back. North down to Chili. Chili beats here. Can G-Man find the angle? It is down, but Hockey gets the read on the goal line. Still pressure for Oklahoma Christian. The clear gets out on transition, but Hockey doesn't have a good touch to move it forward. Zanil a little too far up. The 50 stays in midfield. Creams to win the 51st. Yet again, OKC only had it temporarily. Creams a blocker and Chili still in the way. Man, rotation for both these teams have been good enough to stall every attack.
I don't know if they've necessarily been good enough, but they've been scrappy enough to keep things away. Somehow North deflects that from the side. Cream's not with the exact angle that they were hoping for, just trying desperately to keep this in the blue half of the field and buy themselves some precious seconds in their own possession play from the orange half. They just keep shooting the ball to the other side and giving away possession so easily on the Northwood end that they can't create any plays out of the possession that they've been winning themselves.
Yeah, emphasis on enough. They've managed, and you're correct, scrapped by on each and every one of these plays so far, and that's why we haven't had a definitive winner this game yet, because it's all been scrappy. It's all been not exactly as clean and concise as it needs to be. So for now, overtime continues on forward. We're over 3 minutes at this point. We've had a couple of shooting opportunities, a couple of tries on bumps and demos, but nothing has been enough when it comes to scoring a goal.
See what G-Man can do with this, and that's nothing. Tried to go for the flick over, had no power behind it, so easily defended away by Creams to keep it in the opposing side. Zanil, not the touch that they wanted, and somehow it deflects away. Chili credited with the goal on this one.
You know, if overtime was going to end in a certain way, that, I guess, was going to be it. Unfortunate for Northwood, who fall to Oklahoma Christian with this one. And you know what? Sometimes that's just how overtime goes. Great opportunity for Oklahoma Christian to get the pinch. At the end of the day, they were outshot 15 to, what is that, 8 at the end of the day? And Oklahoma Christian still managed 10 saves. 10 saves! Northwood, you either got to shoot it on better or you need to get rid of these defenders. That is unacceptable when it comes to execution.
Yikes, is all I gotta say on that one. That's such a tough spot for Northwood on that play. So does bode well for St. Clair on the other side of things, trying to secure themselves that spot in the next split of the competition. So just seeing the way that things have been going, if we saw a Northwood and Cumberland sweep, St. Clair would have been relegated. But because we have not seen that, well, that means that Northwood is gonna have to try and win the series and pray that Cumberland does not get the exact same record as they do against Oklahoma Christian. Again, if they lose this series, well, they'll likely not make it either. So we got to see them fight back tooth and nail, keep that pressure going with the shots, but a bit more accuracy against the defense of the side of Oklahoma Christian, because they are just doing everything necessary for the victory. They don't care. They're all smiles. They just know, hey, we got one. We just need 2 more.
Yeah, they definitely look composed. I mean, G-Man was literally eating food, you know, getting the gamer vibes, food, fuel for the body, making sure that he is cooking as much as possible. And it's true. Northwood, again, looks very docile. They just don't look as hyped as they need to be at the end of the day. So hopefully that'll hype them up, because that is a solo play by Creams and an expectation to his mechanics.
Something had to give, and the demo disruption play from Hockey is exactly that. You might call it a solo play, but that was all orchestrated by that aggressive play style from Hockey, making it so it was a guaranteed goal to go through. That's what they were missing, that disruption on the goal line to clear the path to victory, and well, now we'll see the bounce back from Oklahoma Christian if it comes through.
Yeah, beautiful play. Again, hopefully the hype that's needed from them to end up this game. Good save by Zanil, but again, the follow-up on the defensive pressure isn't always good. Chili shot saved to the goal line by Zanil, and still they're picking up the pieces of this defensive stand. The 50 will stay in the half of Northwood. Difficult aerial by Creams, does get up in time, has a flip but can't really utilize it. So now they're stuck still on their half and slowly encroaching. But Zanil gets this one away, gets the boost steal as well, tries to cherry pick on that goal line. A demo yet again. Creams, flip reset, does get bumped away, and Chili's touch will send it away towards midfield.
Yeah, Zanil might have a chance of this one too on that follow through. Dropped it down, but nobody was really in position. You saw Hockey trying to go for it. No boost in the tank though, so just trying to keep that pressure locked in against Oklahoma Christian on their own half. Again, it's just been a tough spot for these finishing touches from Northwood. Yes, they did get that one go-ahead goal, and that's exactly what they needed. They were struggling until the last 8 seconds in the previous game to even get on the board, but different ball game this time. They need it to be in their favor and see if they can win this potential World Series themselves, because this is what it feels like against this Oklahoma Christian, with this series mattering so much.
Creams off the ceiling. A little bit of a flick forward, but not much more than that. Nice double touch by Chili to send it onto the Northwood side. Another 50. Keeps it there. Creams getting it out, and now across. North needing the save. Just like that. Definitely trading blows right now between these two, but we haven't seen, other than that first shot from Creams, The same type of execution. Oh my goodness. He's just on a roll today trying to use those mechanics. He makes it look so flawless.
Makes it look easy, but it's also tough for them by their lonesome to get this past all three defenders. So we do see the centering shot from Hockey doesn't go through. North does pick up that reflection again. Desperately trying to clear it out. Gets the demo too. Clears the way at least a little bit more, but Cream's doing it all for their team. They know, hey, we spoke some big words before. We need to live up to those and at least stay in the competition, guaranteed for Split 2.
You know, all the respect to Creams. He has constantly been very mechanically gifted and showing up in games before. But honestly, my eyes are also looking at Zanil because we know he has that same sort of impact when he can execute similarly, but it's not something that we've seen in a Zanil in quite some time. So hoping that Cream's opening up the field using his mechanics may give opportunities for Zanil or Hockey to do the same later on. Almost beats out 3 himself, but yet again, Chili last back, able to deny Creams.
Ooh, good touch by Cream specifically. And again, the rotation's a bit lackluster from Northwood. Don't have someone there for the finish and closing things out. They know that, hey, if we do a similar strategy, though, that Oklahoma Christian did, send one forward, not send the entire house, don't have to worry about the counterattacks, then we'll be looking that much better like we did before. Deflection by both defenders away. G-Man, good clearing shot.
Open
not
net.
on target, though. And yes, you mentioned it, open net potential, but they gave so much time for the other team to get back just because they didn't quite expect that big of a clear out.
Yeah, I just wish someone called it out to him that it was open, or he had the vision before taking that shot. That's a missed opportunity to tie up this game for Oklahoma Christian, and they won't get many more with under a minute remaining. Creams has been an absolute nuisance of field, and it hasn't given Oklahoma Christian many opportunities offensively to shoot anything on target. Even here, trying to work the corner, they still can't find it. So Hockey putting this one up towards midfield, giving that space and time. Zanil trying to do something with it and can't. North contested here, gets bumped away, and another clear for Northwood with under 30 seconds remaining.
Ooh, Chili barely getting that save away too, and needed to make that stop out if they want to at least have a chance to bring things back. But the overwhelming offense of Northwood has been unrelenting against the other team for a reason. Stuck in their side, stealing their boost. Eventually North did get some resources. G-Man with a pop-up. Chili not gonna go all the way for it because the angle's not quite there. So Creams will easily take this into the air. G-Man one final touch towards the net. Zanil just needs to ground this down. They do just that. Northwood bounce back to tie things up with a crucial victory, but just a 1-goal differential.
Yeah, a very scary game at that for both sides. Northwood out shooting 10-3 in this one, and I'm not surprised in the least. Hockey with 5 shots, Creams with 4, and of course the saves contributed to Zanil. He has all 3 of them. Northwood was managing the balance between who had the hot hand. It's very obvious Creams is feeling his mechanics right now. He is showing them up time and time again in this one to open up space for Northwood. It would just be nicer if they're able to get a couple more in other than just one. And as for Oklahoma Christian, of course, they have to get upfield more. They need more than 3 opportunities.
Yeah, they were just stuck on defense for such a long time. It's just crazy to see them be contained as much as they were, where last go around they were at least able to put on some more pressure, especially once it switched gears into that overtime scenario. So Northwood, they knew we had the score true quick and early, and that's exactly what they were able to do. But then we didn't really see as much as you were talking about for them getting those finishes. 5 shots from Hockey that were mostly follow-ups that were a bit too late as well. So if they can change the timing a little bit more going into the second game, or this third game, excuse me, they'll be looking a lot more confident. But Oklahoma Christian, we know that they have it in them to turn things around. It was just a 1-goal differential, but how long can their defense hold against this Northwood squad as well?
A lot on the line for these two. Not surprising that we're in a state of 1-1 in this series. A lot could change. Zanil missing that opportunity on the shot, and hopefully we'll see another one. But for now, Northwood doing their best, low on boost. Patiently waiting, of course, is Creams to find the right opportunity forward, but maintaining control of the field is, for the most part, Oklahoma Christian to start.
It's so tough because like they've both been just giving it back and forth in the midfield. It's been some really odd rotations and even like boost paths that we've seen from Zanil and Hockey at the start there too. They tried to get this underneath and they do finally get a finish from Hockey. Could not sneak it under, but had to follow through in time. Bait out from Creams.
Yeah, I don't want to say the game plan is obvious, but in a sense, we could see how Northwood's playing. Creams is the attacker, the facilitator, the number one up generally with the ball, and Hockey is the one cleaning up plays, generally finding those finishes. And then you're having Zanil play a very passive role thus far. He's playing very cautiously, often the last one back, and containing balls out of the back half into the midfield or up further. Each player has found a role in this one. Is it the best strategy? Is it their most comfortable? At least for now, it is for Northwood. But interesting to see how everyone has kind of adjusted their role to play against Oklahoma Christian in this game.
Yeah, game one, we definitely didn't see that. We saw more of a scramble, everyone just going for the ball and then hoping something would go through, but only one goal did at the last 8 seconds. So bit of a different story, as you mentioned, them falling into their own unique places that are working out well enough for them to have the lead, but they need to gel a bit better if they want a confident victory against this Oklahoma Christian squad. And it's a good shot coming through, needs to follow up for Creams, can't get the touch either. Hockey a little bit offbeat yet again, so tough spot to be in for them here. We will see for the last couple of minutes, last minute, before we get to that halfway point. Hockey with potential to get this past G-Man. Zanil would have been better off getting the bump there, though.
Oh my goodness. Missed opportunities, of course. Chile, a demo onto Hockey, may open up the third if they're able to get a clear out, but haven't been able to do just that. North, a miss on this touch. Chile low on boost. G-Man getting bumped, also low on boost. Everyone's trying to pick up small plats, but at the end of the day, no one can move on forward. G-Man. Creams, the 50. North has some space to work with, able to get past one, but now low on boost himself, just kind of feigning pressure. The follow-up's through. The shot that much better by G-Man, and Oklahoma Christian the answer.
Beautiful touch there. We were waiting for something to give in favor of Oklahoma Christian, and this happened to be it. The defense could not get there in time. The shot, too much pressure behind it, so they are able to put it through at the end of the day. But will that be enough for them to change their fate? They've been stuck on their side for the last couple of games and last couple of minutes, even though they came out in game one. Zanil, though, puts it through towards the net. Chile with a goal line save, just barely keeps it out.
G-Man has some space to work with. Does, I'd say, win that 50, and Zanil last back, finding the same. North off that corner, tries to send it back towards center field, but can't do anything with just that. Hockey controlled, pops it over one-on-one with North, takes it down underneath, finds the double tap read as well. Answer for Northwood.
Huge touch for them to finally get their second goal in an individual game, and Hockey just leading the charge themselves there. Creams did have a decent setup to deliver it onto the hood of their car, but a great 1v1 that we saw for that to go through and get finally a second goal from them. The only time we saw a second goal up to this point was in that overtime, so now we've got to break in the mold for both these teams. No holds bars from here on out.
Been back and forth with the goals with each opportunity. Again, on Oklahoma Christian's part, now has to answer back against Northwood with the lead. But that's just how even this match has been. A demo may still open up space. Creams has boost to work with, does get the flick through. Shot underneath the bar, but G-Man finding the save and denying for now.
Ooh, dangerous touch right into the car of Zanil. Are able to disrupt things just enough for Oklahoma Christian to get this downfield and see if they can make anything out of it. Barely getting back was G-Man, doesn't even get the boost in the tank. Zanil's just happy to play this one back to Hockey. I don't think they necessarily need to go for the pressuring shot towards the other side, and would have been a bit better served controlling that a little more. But still, with the time remaining on the clock, the demos coming out from Creams, they are feeling a little bit more comfortable than they did in the previous games, and They know that they need to come out with the victory without dropping a single game more to have the best odds to come out on top. Because again, if Cumberland do manage to sweep Oklahoma Christian after this, and even if Northwood get the win, they would not be making it through. Even if it's 3-1, they still have to look at themselves and end up in at that lower echelon for Northwood, the team that used to dominate Collegiate Rocket League.
The stakes are higher than ever. Northwood just playing spoiler to Oklahoma Christian chances right now. That one just floats on over everyone's head. I don't know if there's a miscommunication. No one expecting that one to be on target. Low on boost, but that's pretty much the nail in the coffin for game number 3. Incredible job for Northwood to hold on and take each opportunity that they were given. They again applied more pressure, played a lot of keep away, and were able to just do enough this game again to pull it out on through. Impressive performance, I think, nonetheless. It's fun to see how these teams are genuinely adapting and finding their strategy to keep on with the lead, even if it isn't much of one at times.
It's so tough, though, for Oklahoma Christian because they've just not had enough chances offensively for them to fight back against Northwood. They've had some decent looks, and that's a good thing for them, but even with Northwood playing this scrappy rotation game, they've been able to get back in time and make those saves. As you mentioned, Zanil being more of that anchor for the team and a third man in the rotation just to keep things locked down. But we saw Creams with the setup here, Hockey with the finish. That was kind of the biggest change we were hoping to see from Northwood was better finishes. And we did see a good touch from G-Man to get a goal. But now seeing how things go here, Hockey with the drop down, Creams with that final touch. This is the Northwood we were hoping to see, but still not as confident as they can be because of so many saves coming out of Oklahoma Christian. I mean, yes, they are making these saves on the goal line, but Oklahoma Christian, because they've been stuck on their side, they still aren't having enough chances to score and actually get this to go to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned a little bit about the strategy, of course, of Northwood. We haven't mentioned a lot about the strategy of Oklahoma Christian, and that's because I haven't just quite figured it out yet. You haven't seen one person in particular being that much more aggressive or that much more passive. They've all kind of had a couple of shots, a couple of saves. They've all, out of necessity, had to be back to make sure they stop goals from going on in. So they haven't each had an opportunity to see who's kind of peaking today, who has that hot hand, who will make the shots that matter in this one. Of course, G-Man has had one goal, and this past one didn't have any. In fact, everyone on Oklahoma Christian has had one goal so far, and that's how it's been spread around.
We'll see if they can change things up at least a little bit by getting on the board early. They were able to do that in the first game, but speaking of early, well, it's Hockey striking through here, able to pop off like they did in the last game.
Again, who's that facilitator? It's Creams, again, using a flip reset or utilizing a flick in that case to originally pull the defense through. Hockey coming with the finish, and Zinniel, just bothering with a demo, being back though if necessary. It's working out in their favor. This one dropped underneath though. G-Man showing off some of his own mechanics, and what a quick answer by Oklahoma Christian.
The fastest answer we've seen from them thus far, and exactly what they needed. Great flip reset, baiting out the defense just enough, got that off the side and able to put it through. Tough spot to be in for them. Perfect moment. North also playing the disruptor, making it be a second guessing moment for the defense to even go for the challenge or dodge the bump and demo. So this aggressive play style for Oklahoma Christian did work out decently, but not where they want to find themselves in Hockey. Lose the 50-50, the bump onto North, but not enough. Chili saves the day.
Yeah, but he loses his footing in the corner now, and no contest comes out early enough. Creams tries to thread the needle, but G-Man able to get back in time. Doesn't have a lot of boost. In fact, doesn't find contacts with that ball. Demo, Zanil, one-on-one in the air. I don't think he got that flip, and because of it, North's able to come through with the save. Creams now doing his best, moving on forward. One flip, can't find the second, and this one again blocked away. Northwood, so many shooting opportunities, hasn't been able to get the second one through.
Might be able to see something here from Chili, getting a big bump on to Creams, taking them out of contention for that ball and the play. Chili's just been that man on the inside, knowing when to bump and disrupt anything that's been coming out of Northwood, but it's been a tough look for them to get on offense and make a transition play afterwards. It was a bit of a cheeky play coming out from Hockey too, just getting the reset off the ceiling and see if they can go for any extra pressure behind it. Chile in an odd spot on that goal line, puts them not in the best spot that they would want to be to turn things around onto offense. They have not really been able to break out of their half for so long as we saw, and yes, they did bounce back so quickly, but we still see the advantage and pressure going the way of Northwood.
I think it's really just Northwood's rotations and speed. You mentioned how Hockey came off the ceiling the way he did. It's to utilize his momentum, gain that extra flip, get off the ceiling that much quicker. The recovery time for Northwood on a lot of these plays is much quicker than that of Oklahoma Christian currently. So it's giving them seemingly more time to be where they need to be positionally. So it's nice to see that adjustment being made and those little details helping out to give them the advantage. For now, they have the advantage upfield. G-Man loads of boost, but doesn't win the 50. Creams' 50 will actually end up going on the Northwood side, and they'll have to redo. Creams off the ceiling. Can he read this one on the way down? G-Man denies him, but the vision for Northwood right now to make these plays or even attempt them is wonderful.
Good looks from Northwood, but again, the finishing is what's been the most lackluster from them. An odd touch from Creams, giving it up to G-Man. Didn't expect them to be in the best spot for it, so could have been disastrous if the rest of the team for Oklahoma Christian was ready for it, but they didn't even expect it themselves, so does even out at the end of it. North, decent touch towards the backboard, trying to bait the pressuring play from Hockey. And just sending this into the corner to try and center it hasn't really been the best strategy. A good bump, though, from Chile. G-Man forces it through.
Yeah, the bump right there on the last man back post opens up the play. And G-Man, it makes a very difficult angled shot. Is just able to barely squeak it on through with enough of the delay on the bump. So Oklahoma Christian now at advantage. G-Man doing a wonderful job this game. Has 4 of the 7 saves, all 3 shots for Oklahoma Christian, and of course both 2 goals are also accredited to him, assisted by Chile. Amazing job by Oklahoma Christian. They are matching Northwood at pace of play and opportunities in some regard. Of course, still Northwood has plenty more shots. In this case, Creams as well wins this 50 to tie it.
Creams knows how crucial this game win is for their squad at Northwood, so they had to give it their all for the goal here, but G-Man, not the best challenge that they could have gone for. Maybe would have been a bit better if they went for it sooner, but they do get countered out by Creams just dropping on into it, had no boost in the tank. They didn't quite know exactly the reserves that were available, so went for the best option and didn't prove to be the option that they needed. Tying things up though with Northwood, still have some time to turn things in their favor, but Oklahoma Christian, they are hungry like a wolf waiting for their prey for a goal.
Hockey does beat 1 here. G-Man last back has to keep this close, win the 50, draw people to him. Chile, the turn was too late. Creams with another, and Northwood back on top.
Creams an MVP performance. You talked about their playmaking ability. They were even setting this up just in case Hockey was able to turn around and get another touch if the save came through. So just like the heads-up play for them to put at the bottom corner, make that much more difficult for the save and put them in an opportune spot for the follow-through if needed. Again, off the kickoff, though, Creams towards the other end. G-Man gets the touch. Almost saw a follow-up by Creams again. And this constant pressure that we are seeing from the side of Northwood could be enough for them to close things out.
It's actually wild right now looking at the scores or in general the impact that players are making on both teams. G-Man right now has 7 saves and both of Oklahoma Christian's goals. Meanwhile, Creams has 2 of their 3 goals and 7 of the 13 shots. It's very apparent 2 players are, kind of leading the charge for both teams, and potentially here trying to lead the charge is Oklahoma Christian on one last attacking opportunity. But that, the ball touches the ground and the series is over. Northwood squeaks this one out, and a huge MVP performance from Creams in particular.
Great look from Northwood, but will it prove to be enough? They need Oklahoma Christian to force their next series to at least go to 5 or win it for them to be guaranteed a spot in the uppercut for the next split. So they're going to be keeping their eyes on that next series. Oklahoma Christian, unfortunately, because of this loss, will not be making it into the top 4 and have to play through that close qualifier, but it's all about playing spoiler. Can they get that victory? Can they at least look a little bit better going into the close qualifier? They looked decent against Northwood, but I think it was also just because Northwood have looked a bit of a shell of their former selves.
It honestly looked like North was already back in free play, like warming up and preparing. They are still set on putting out their best performance. And I mean, huge shout outs to G-Man. I mean, he put out everything he possibly could on the line. But at the end of the day, Northwood just had greater pressure. They were a little bit quicker to the ball, and they utilized their mechanics that much better. I mean, all eyes, of course, on G-Man moving on forward for the rest of the day. But enough about Oklahoma Christian for now. Northwood taking this one. Of course, we've said their fate is still not confirmed if they take that top 4 split to make it to next split. And that's just how things shake out. I can't imagine right now Northwood not making
it's so tough.
It is
I mean, with that
mind-blowing.
too, we do have to mention, and we did kind of mention it during the broadcast, that Baylor, they did lose to West Virginia in a sweep. So West Virginia confirmed their spot in the top 2, at least based on the wins and game differential. St. Clair also, we got to see them secure their spot, because the worst that they can do now is tie Northwood if we do see the other squads go the way things have been happening, because they had that head-to-head, because it went to that game 4. That means that Northwood cannot get a win over top of St. Clair based on those tiebreakers. So all eyes are on this last series, chicks. But before we get to that, we do have to talk to the winner. So we'll be back with that after this break.
You're my rainy morning. You say
up the car and drive another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. For you and him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaned it out your bucket.
Welcome back to exciting CRL action. Avant is in the booth being joined by 1/3 of the Northwood squad, Creams, and well, it was a interesting performance here today. The desk, besides me, he said you were going to win, got the dub. First of all, congratulations. How you feeling?
Feeling all right. Yeah, we played okay today. Not bad.
Hey man, a few words. I like that. So a lot of ink has been spilled about the Northwood nameplate and brand. We're saying it's kind of the gold standard, and it kind of is, but this season had some L's in there as well. In your estimation, what has been the assessment of this season for the team?
Just not playing good Rocket League. We're dropping games to teams we shouldn't be dropping games to, dropping series to teams we shouldn't be dropping series to, and honestly, we just gotta lock in, watch some replays, and we're the most talented players top of CRL, so we just need to play good Rocket League, which we'll not do. We haven't been doing so far.
Well, definitely a time is going to be there to do that. And I wanted to ask you, pick your brain a bit about that Game 1 situation, the extended overtime in the beginning of a best-of-5 series. What's the balance of being locked in and focused in that game and then saying, okay, let's save some of our strategies for later on in that series?
I mean, against a team like Oklahoma Christian, we were just looking for the 3 Oaks we needed for the standings, and we lost an unlucky OT. But we were locked in. We were using all our strats. They just pulled out a good goal to end it. It was a nice pass mid from one of them to North to score the goal. But honestly, again, we should have closed that game out earlier. We just weren't playing good Rocket League compared to normal.
Well, I gotta ask, given the climate now, end of split 1, it's kind of, the destiny's out of your hands now, understanding that Cumberland will have a lot of say in what you do next. What's going through the team's minds, understanding as we look at some of these scores coming out today?
All we can hope for is Cumberland to drop 2 games and we'll be in, but the way we've been playing, I don't think we really deserve it, so we could be put back down there, but we're gonna come back out and play better next league play.
Yeah, all you can do is fight. And, well, I gotta say, as we're writing this down, here's a chance to put everyone on blast and notice. They're watching Northwood getting their groove back. Any words for them?
I don't think I really have any words for other teams right now. Just gotta lock in on ourselves.
Oh, appreciate you, Creams. Thanks so much for your time, and we'll see you back out there on the pitch.
Thank you.
Northwood did what they had to do, and they made sure to put a little bit of their destiny in their own hands. But we all know it's a very complicated situation. There's almost decision day here in CRL, guys.
They've got one last series to pay attention to, because as good of a win as that was for them, it wasn't flawless. And unfortunately, VOD, it needed to be flawless because the stakes have never been higher.
Yeah, they desperately needed that sweep against their opponents so that they could at least, maybe have a tiebreaker against St. Clair. They could have, had a tiebreaker with Cumberland, depending on how this one goes, now it is out of their hands. They have to hope, as Creams was saying, that Cumberland loses 2 games to Oklahoma Christian. And Cumberland's the team who took Northwood down earlier on and put them in this scenario. So it's just such a rough spot for them to find themselves. And you could tell that Creams is a little bit more deflated than he was previously and saying, oh, we were the Kings of Sierra, but now we kind of have to prove ourselves. We aren't as worthy of that spot. So they're looking ahead. They're still confident they're going to make it if they do go in the close qualifiers into league play. I fear for any team that would have to face off against Northwood now and Concord in that close qualifier. This is going to be insane.
I mean, they're either facing off against Northwood or they're facing off against Cumberland here. And for Cumberland, you know that they're looking at that one and have never been happier. They've recognized that there is now a vulnerability there. If they are at least able to clean this up 3-1, then they've got a chance. And Jigsaw, that's been a trend. We've talked about this. Oklahoma Christian seemed to win the first game of their series, and then after that, things don't necessarily go as right.
Yeah, I think they just still make too many mistakes across a game, and they rely almost heavily too much on one person doing the job. And in the last case, we mentioned so much about G-Man. He had almost all the goals throughout the entire series. He carried off most of the saves as well. Still, I can't comprehend having 7 saves at the end of one game in one particular person's hands and still having both goals. I mean, they can't have 2 players being almost negligible on supporting someone. So right now, hopefully they kind of pivot themselves. As I mentioned, I saw North, he was obviously in free play. As soon as that game was over, they're set to, no matter what, play spoiler alert right now. They have to, even for their own confidence level and moving on forward. So who really knows? It's a lot to handle with this much pressure on our final game of Split 1.
Our final game, but some results have been solidified because of that match. St. Clair, you are moving on to the second split. You're guaranteed now, because even if Cumberland takes the win here, they cannot pass them in game differential. And again, the head-to-head Northwood, it's the exact same thing. You get the idea. And on the other hand, Oklahoma Christian, they are going to that close qualifier. They can no longer make their way back up onto the leaderboard in order to avoid that. So a couple of things have been locked, but we've got one last match to play to confirm everything. Oklahoma Christian, this is part 2 of your doubleheader. And if you thought Northwood was a challenge, welcome to Cumberland. Cumberland, another team that has done phenomenal throughout the semester, even a win over Northwood. But again, the pressure's at its highest here, Novanta. They have got to be careful, because we've seen this Oklahoma Christian team is capable.
Yeah, talking about stream nerds, well, it gets totally magnified and kind of exacerbated when you realize you can pretty much send one of your rivals down to the shadow realm. So yeah, talk about pressure, talk about having a little bit of those nerves, understanding what's at stake here. It's only a slice for what they have to get done today.
I honestly love this scenario, not only because Oklahoma Christian gets to play spoiler, but it's literally you're coming with us. We're dragging you here with us. If we get this win, you will join us in the close qualifier. If we push you to 5, you are joining us in the close qualifier. So it's an interesting scenario here for a team that, again, did not play poorly in the last series, but they need to do even more than that. Just a 3-1 here is not going to be enough. So in the mentality in a game like this has got to be confusing, Vaudable, because you're not only going for the win, you're honestly just trying to stretch the series as long as possible.
Yeah, trying to see how far that they can make it and how close that series was against Northwood makes Cumberland put on notice even more so. That seems to be the theme of the day today. A lot of teams being like, oh, I need to pay attention to this team a little bit more. Oh, this team still kind of got something in the tank, so we got to worry a little bit more than we were prepared for. And oh, Cumberland, we've seen that composure from them in the past, but they've been on more of a stabilization in their rankings. This is their time to prove, hey, we deserve to be in that upper echelon we were at the start. Now we're trying to improve ourselves even better than the other squads out there. Technically, they could take that 3rd spot in the league play standings at the end of it if they do get a sweep based on game differential. Yes, they can't knock St. Clair out of it, but that's a big thing too in terms of that scholastic prizing, and also saying that they are a top 3 team in the nation or in North America specifically for it. So that's a big thing for this Cumberland roster. They want to prove themselves to be the better team.
I also, real quick, if we can take a quick look at all 3 of their cameras, I would like to point out, I've done interviews with them in this facility. Nex is like less than 5 feet away from Nightya. How on earth is it so bright in this camera and then you get to night and it looks like it's nighttime there? Like, what on earth is going on? I love to see the entire staff, though, in the facility with them here. This is something that I've spoken to Polar about a lot. The supporting roster and supporting team at Cumberland knows how much they have given to this roster and are incredibly happy with with how it has paid off. The coach that they've spoken with, Coach Claypool, has been there for every one of these matches. He has continued to have these guys back, and I think honestly it's just such an awesome thing to see from a university that again has really done a lot. We've seen this team try to make changes. They brought in Nex and Polar and then brought in Nightya, who, by the way, not a lot of people know this, Nightya wasn't even planning to go to school before he got hit up by Nex and was like, hey, do you want to compete in CRL? And look how far that they have climbed. They now find themselves here and now with a single match left to play in Split 1. Again, we've talked about it. The expectations are very high for them, but if you are Oklahoma Christian in this scenario here, Jigsaw, what are you doing in this to try and create a different result than what we saw against Northwood? Because again, we said they played well, but that's not enough to take them down, and they need this win here and now.
I mean, I mentioned it a little bit. We need more players to step up other than G-Man being the one in particular doing most of the work. We see often there is someone who is generally the facilitator, who is first, and you know what, he can still be that, but he needs more support at the end of the day. If he's going to be up in front, making all the shots, making all the finishes, you know, whatever, then make sure you have the follow-up for him. You know, he can't be the only one as well in the back end of things, because 7 saves, I mean, in general, they can't allow, I think they allowed something like 15 shots total for Northwood. You can't give a team that many opportunities. I've said it time and time again, at the end of the day, most of the time, the team that has the greater shot count is the team that will win. They just had more opportunities. So hopefully they can lock down that midfield presence, more of the defensive transitions going into this one. I think it's a tall task for them, but I don't think it's an impossible one either.
Well, the question is, do we think they're going to win? It's prediction time for all 4 of us, our last one of split number 1. And Vaughn, I'm going to you first for this one.
I'm just going to make it easy. I'm going to go Cumberland on this one. I don't think it's going to go to 5. I think it's going to be a 3-1 where the head-to-head is going to go in favor of Cumberland. Oklahoma Christian has been the team most known to take a single game against any squad out there. I think they're going to do it again here. And it's going to be a tough thing to look at for Northwood, but Cumberland, they're going all the way on this one.
Vanta, do you agree here? You picked the upset from OC last time. What about this time?
Yeah, against my better judgment, I'm going with the favorite. Gotta go to Cumberland here. I mean, just too much against OC right now. Gotta give the Cumberland here. Such a strong team top to bottom.
Dixa, do you agree?
I do agree. I went with Cumberland on this one. I do think the pressure is going to be a lot for them to handle, which I think we may be susceptible to a game 5 due to the pressure they're feeling. So that may shake things up, but I think Cumberland ultimately takes it.
We're going to do it again. We've avoided the caster curse since series number 2. And I'm taking Cumberland here, which means obviously OC are going to win this now because we have predicted against them unanimously. Look, I think on paper, again, this should be a pretty clean series for Cumberland. They have proven themselves to be one of the best teams in CRL. They have done well against multiple teams throughout the league. And again, they don't just need a win. They need a win without going to game 5. So they have games to spare here. They've got that ability. They just need to win. And it's a lot easier said than done against a team like Oklahoma Christian, because I know we're talking about, overwhelming pressure on them. I need to remind everybody, they also had overwhelming pressure when they faced former Open champions in Akron Blue to qualify for league play, and still got it done. And not even close, if I remember correctly. I think they 3-0 swept them in the upper bracket. So let's see. Can they get this done here and now? A last line for both teams. Oklahoma Christian just trying to prove they can hang with the big dogs. Cumberland proving that they don't even want to have to try and fight against the smaller dogs in the close qualifier. Our final game here for Split 1 of CRL starts right now.
We have mentioned it time and time again on the desk. The fate decided right now in Cumberland's hands if they move on forward easily into League Split 2. Right now, it is our final series of League Split Play 1. These teams have fought tooth and nail. Oklahoma Christian has the opportunity to play spoiler. We've mentioned bringing them down into the Shadow Realm. Who knows what will happen in our final one of this split, but a lot on the line for both teams playing.
Yeah, already the name of the game is how much energy is still left in Christian's tank after doing the double header. Some teams have done it pretty well, some not so much. The fate's in their hands as well.
so much on the line, and I mentioned that pressure can be overwhelming, but so far Cumberland has only lost really to, in our sense, who we'd say is the top 3 in CRL right now, with Winthrop, with WVU, and with St. Clair. So they have, on paper, done well against everybody else. But the biggest task can sometimes be against the smallest opponent. And in this case, Oklahoma Christian, none other than G-Man starting it off.
Yeah, I can't really say much of this one here. It looks like just the force was too strong, like a battering ram. Being able to open the scoring early is good for OKC.
Hopefully for Cumberland, they can get footed. We've mentioned a lot, though, Oklahoma Christian tends to win game number 1, but struggles when it comes to the rest of the series and staying consistent. Naia knocking on the door of a shot, isn't able to find it just yet. Next trying to come through, and this one cleared away. Polar, good jump for him. All eyes, of course, a lot across the team. We've seen Next pop off in moments, Polar pop off in moments, and Naia make some really great mechanical plays. Who today, though, is awake enough to do just that? Who is ready to rise to that occasion? A beautiful passing play between Naia and Polar will start it off for Cumberland.
Well, I got the fact that Naia may be able to clear some of the space, and Polar actually setting up the shot to come back on the back end to make sure it was a definite shot on. That's tandem. We call that tiki-taka back in the day. We'll level at 1 apiece.
Beautiful play by Cumberland, who, again, we had a lot of expectations for this team at the beginning of the season. Started off on a hot streak, won their first 3 series, then dropped the next 3. So here we are now at the point of they're trying to make it on forward and through. Next good jump here, but North to cut it off. A demo by Chili upfield, and now G-Man and North going for the same ball. G-Man trying to cut this one, can't get to it. Chili on the jump, trying to find it through forward, but can't do just that. G-Man calls everybody off and continues the pressure forward. Pressure looking solid for Oklahoma Christian. They've done well to have just as many opportunities as Cumberland so far. Can they make a play here? So many demos and bumps, and Next is able to come on through.
Yeah, Next making sure that one was going through the net. I was going to say that perhaps Cumberland was being too aggressive. By that means their bumps and demos was basically giving some respawn defensive leg up to Oklahoma Christian, but at the same time, it put him just out of the play there to make sure there wasn't a second option for defense. 2-1.
Good demo off a kickoff. Next just puts a shot on target, and Polar, he can watch this one here, follow up through, be that much more of a nuisance. Naia poking it into midfield. Next doesn't find the touch opportunity here for North, but Polar pinches it off his own post to get the clear. Chili, nice touch off the corner, can't follow it through forward, and it seems like Cumberland a little slow to contest this ball. The 50 works out in their favor. You could tell they're nervous defensively, and this one missed off the mark, off the post for Next, and another opportunity for Cumberland going by the wayside.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand the brazen nature hanging out, just trying to put balls on frame, but you got to be able to score like that. The more you hang around, the more that ball rattles around that crossbar, the woodwork. You're doing yourself a way disservice on offense and defense.
Next! How did he find a touch to make that off his own crossbar? Denying Oklahoma Christian yet again. Chili's doing his best to move on forward through the goal line, but still hasn't been able to find the shot that's needed. This one deflecting off an OKC car. Now the save that's needed, a little bit of miscommunication, but for now, OKC still down by 1. Can they find a shot here? The demo comes through, and G-Man gets yet another goal.
To be fair, I thought that goal attempt was going to be fruitless because almost everyone on that Cumberland side had a save in their pocketbook and were willing to add on to that. But the bump and demo was crucial and critical, being able to level it up once more.
Tied game. Game number 1. I'm telling you, the pressure is so obvious between these two right now. OKC, again, not even playing to be in the upper half of our split 1. They're just playing to deny someone for pride, for the opportunity for potentially more scholastic prizing. G-Man shot just off the mark. With that being said, Oklahoma Christian, they've shown a lot more promise when it comes to that presence upfield. G-Man still leading the shot count, but North has done a good job with those demos and assists upfield.
Yeah, it's one of those situations when you're playing for things that are not considered low stakes or not considered high stakes. And a lot of times it is that mental strength of being like, how can I envision myself to put myself in a location and make sure I'm focused the entire time? But we're seeing both of these teams being a bit more aggressive. The space between decisions are so small between these two teams. No one's really backing off unless it's strategic. Makes you know everyone here is locked in.
Ooh, shot by Polar, finding an opportunity between the defensive chaos. Next, applied the initial pressure, and that touch by G-Man forced and just too strong. Cumberland a lead with 44 seconds left. Right now, can they hold on to it?
Yeah, I know in Rocket League, it's a numerical reason why someone becomes MVP, but I got to give up props to Polar. Yeah, the goal participation's up there, but just the positioning is something that is almost acting like a fourth car to that Cumberland side.
G-Man has been doing so well this pass, but Polar, the demo onto G-Man to deny the shooting opportunity. Sometimes it's the little things just like that, and that demo may have saved them from a potential goal. They just need to hold on another 15 seconds longer. Can they deny Oklahoma Christian, who's so good at winning those game number ones? 8 seconds left on the clock. North, no boost to work with. G-Man not where he needs to be. Chili can't even find the save here. The cushion for Cumberland as they secure this one.
Talk about a psychological advantage. Yeah, there is a go-ahead goal and there's an insurance goal, but definitely we're not going to make sure we lose the first game situation from Cumberland telling, hey, Christian, we figured out your secret sauce. This right here can be critical.
North out of time, and Oklahoma Christian out of time in game number one. Still plenty of time left in the series to play spoiler, but certainly this is exactly what Cumberland wanted to start off their series. They know they need to win this series first off, and they know they can't get to game number 5. So right now, taking that game win is crucial for them to not only have confidence, but be successful moving on forward in the series.
Can we check to see if Northwood is still in the chat? Because what we saw here from Cumberland was definitely a complete performance. One of the ones that's definitely repeatable and ones you can tweak to even be more efficient. We saw good rotations. We saw Polar get behind the defense and cherry pick goals when needed. But ultimately, we saw a team that was balanced with both offense, defense, aggression, and waiting for their opponent to make mistakes. These are teams, these are strategies, these are tactics that usually ends up with dubs.
Yeah, I love the risk Cumberland takes on a lot of these plays. I don't know if you noticed one of the goals that we just saw previously. They brought the house. They had a demo. They went for a bump as well, and they brought someone to finish that last play. They're not afraid of taking risks. It could have hurt them at the end, especially if they make that ball go off the crossbar or there's some crazy last-second save. But at the end of the day, Cumberland taking those risks is working out to their advantage. They understand the stakes of this game, and if you have stakes behind them, then you do what you have to do sometimes to make that play and get it done.
There's no time here to be shy if you're Oklahoma Christian right now, especially Chile in particular. You got to put some balls in front of that net. Maybe not necessarily ones you think are going to go in, but you got to confuse and press that defense. Get yourself involved in goal participation to give yourself a chance to have a more balance between these two teams.
Yeah. Oklahoma Christian still, again, showing positive signs and little perfect flashes of brilliance, but at the end of the day, they haven't been consistent enough to give themselves a very secure game win. So game number 2 is upon us. We'll see if Cumberland can win 2 back-to-back, get to match point, really secure themselves at the top of League Split 1, or if Oklahoma Christian can make the adjustments that needed, make the plays upfield, and maybe play a little bit more of a spoiler, but Next has an open net to work with, and he will secure that goal.
Oh man, we have enough the time in the world, and being able to do that long shot, that is definitely a confidence booster because you know there's no one there to clear that way off the line. North tried as it might, was about a half car behind, and that's the kind of goals that you tell your boys in the VC, let's go, let's get more of those.
Confidence should be rising for Cumberland, and it's justified with how they've been playing. Now upfield, they will get the clear, and Next will be on this one first, winning a 50, maybe even a boost still there in midfield. Chile, though, sends this over to North. The teardrop may come down, but deflected nicely away. Next upfield first again will be stopped by G-Man, and Polar has to follow through. Isn't afraid to get close in space with his teammate. But G-Man here trying to get underneath, and the save by Nightyo. They covered both top and bottom and were able to find the save. Can they save against this one as well? Follow up through by G-Man. Does he still have boost to work with? He does. Double tap read for G-Man, and this man cannot be stopped from scoring in these games.
Well, you know, they say ball don't lie. That first goal was pretty much G-Man's dead to right, but it was swatted away. But able to come back and break rotation when it was definitely necessary and needed is how you manufacture a goal out of a squandered opportunity. Good game.
Nightya, maybe off of kickoff, having an opportunity here, steals that boost in the corner. A little bit of a nuisance right now. A lot of boost on the side of Cumberland. Polar, the challenge, winning it in his favor. North pops this one ahead, gets the flip reset, gets over one, sends it over to G-Man. North and G-Man, the connections keep on going.
Oh, that is definitely when you put the calculated spam in chat. Look at this one, over the heads, through traffic. G-Man had a really awkward angle, to be honest with you. But you know what? Being able to put that on goal away on the other side, the far side of net, to make sure no one knocks that away was class.
Yeah, feed the hot hand, all in caps in my notebook, because that's what G-Man is. He's just continued to be the hot hand. How many more goals can he make? This is a hat trick here for him. He has been consistent across these two series as being the guy, the man at this point. He is the G-Man, and they now have a lead in game 2 consistently.
I hear you. But I love the pull shot using the angles to your advantage. So yeah, the man/G-Man made it happen.
I mean, he's having fun with it, as he should. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a competition for Scholastic Prizing, but we are playing with cars that are playing objectively soccer. So to see them kind of have fun, make plays, still not be dejected in that sense has been really fun to watch. G-Man is, again, not without attempts continuously. Can he find the save here? Yet again, he does. But consistent across both offense and defense as much as possible. But Cumberland, relentless on the attempts upfield. Again, that clear by Chili, not good enough, and also needs to be to the corners. It can't be directly to the Cumberland squad.
Yeah, definitely not being fast to your opponents, but smart to use another shot that was kind of wide. But we talk about Scholastic Prizing, and I know in some circles that may be seen as kind of interesting, but I'm telling you, if I was able to play an esport and say, yeah, I made my school this that amount of money, I'm going to take that to the bank figuratively. That's a point of pride. And we're seeing these players go out all out because they know what it means, feathering their cap to really be good at what they do and have the dollars to prove it.
Impressive always by Sierra, and the level of competition that we see increase steadily from year to year. This one too high for G-Man to find the finish, but still they'll remain on the offensive zone. Polar, not much boost to work with. Next, the only one with a little bit of boost and finding a pinch, but G-Man, a flick here high, has still a little bit in the ground. The team bump almost causes chaos, but instead the shot too high, and this one sent away. North will look to keep on moving. Chili, high, tries to find the bump on next and can't do just that. A minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Cumberland still down by one in this one. Can they find one opportunity to even the odds?
It does feel like it's everyone's game right there, and almost everyone's read the same playbook about being able to carry that ball and then try to do a pop over the personal line. So it behooves everyone to kind of go in a triangle formation on defense and have two right in front of the net, because once you get over one person, you want to be able to fortify your chances to make sure you don't concede so late in the game.
Yeah, huge clear here for G-Man. The touch actually doesn't come through initially, so space is there. Chili last back, is waiting patiently. The shot off the post and out, and another missed opportunity by Cumberland. How many more chances can they get if they can't put it on in? Oh my goodness, G-Man still finding a touch and moving this one upfield with the rest of Oklahoma Christian. They just need to burn down another minute of game time, and they may just be able to squeak out this win in game 2.
It's unfortunate two ways. One, obviously you don't score when you go all that work and it gets knocked off the line because you couldn't finish, but ultimately you're usually out of position, in an awkward position to have a second opportunity. So it's unfortunate all around, but I don't think there's much time left to kind of for something else.
Yeah, G-Man, perfect touch in midfield to just delay an offensive pressure opportunity for Cumberland. Now off the corner. Next doing his best to move upfield. North, though, still in the way. Actually has a double tap. It'll be off the bar and out, but still providing that pressure is burning clock time. Chile just stalling for this 50. 2 players, though, commit, and G-Man has some boost to work with. He'll be back. Still has the 50. It'll remain pretty neutral. Next has boost to work with. Has the aerial as well. He's trying to get over G-Man here. Drop this one down. The touch not made by Chile, but Nightya's touch ain't that much better. Still in the air. 0-second heroics won't go up. Oklahoma Christian takes one away from Cumberland, and the clock's ticking between these two. How many games can Cumberland give up? This was the only one that they really could.
Thrilling conclusion to game 2 in this one, and the series is even, and rightfully so. I mean, great Oklahoma Christian found ways, found different angles, found that teamwork that they needed to do, and understood how important it was to have a movable defensive shape when they were on the back foot, the counterattack, and now we have ourselves a best of 3.
Yeah, a lot on the line for Cumberland. Again and again in the split, we've mentioned maybe the pressure a little bit too much. A couple of shots gone by the wayside. Open net opportunities that they can't leave on the back end. We mentioned their risk-taking that they end up doing in a lot of these plays, and maybe it didn't just work out in the favor this time, but also shots like that could have been game-changing for Cumberland. Still shout-outs, though, to G-Man, who has consistently been MVP every single game. How he manages to get as much pressure upfield and in the backfield, incredible.
Yeah, G-Man, the tip of the spear, because not only is available to be your front board shooting option, is understanding when it's off the ball to put themselves at half pitch to either be the high line for defense or be that ricochet off the side wall scoring shooting option. Some of the goals or half the goals you score is from distance, and that's because of positioning.
Yeah, as we mentioned, this was the only game that Cumberland could drop. Even if they win this series in 5, Northwood does win, I believe, the game differential on those tiebreakers. So Cumberland, stakes are now more than ever. Pressure is certainly upon them. They have to retain 2-game wins in order to move on forward without being in that close qualifier. So many stakes in this game, and Oklahoma Christian peaking at the right time to again play spoiler. Hopefully we'll see some changes made by both of these teams for a more dominant victory, but anything could happen. This is CRL Impact.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Chicksa, but a lot of times with that shot on frame, that's going in there. Let me hold that thought. North makes sure Christian has a little bit of that last game in this one.
This is what I mentioned about that risk. Everybody by Cumberland moving too far forward, and again, positionally being on both sides of the field. You can't be on the sides where the boosts are. That level of play or that positionally isn't very positive. This one off kickoff goes in their favor too. Cumberland crumbling right now.
Doesn't matter if you're a bronze 3 or a supersonic legend. Losing kickoff goals just makes you go, oh man, that's unfortunate.
Move on to your thought. We cut you off. Well, I guess
yeah, absolutely.
Oklahoma Christian cut you off.
Yeah, exactly. How dare they is what I'm saying is. No, I was going to say about the idea about pressure and understanding the split one standings. I know a lot of times we're in competitions, we say, put that out of your mind, put one play in front of the other. But let me ask you, you play it in high leverage situations. Can you do that? Is that even possible? Or is there still a part of your brain going, oh man, what about tomorrow?
Well, I definitely haven't played in as high of stakes as these guys, but pressure is overwhelming no matter how much people say to deny it. North right now, this team and Oklahoma Christian, think about it, have zero pressure. They are playing for nothing other than pride, and that is the freest feeling in the world. It is why they are often, in fact, making better plays and looking, in a sense, better than that they did against Northwood. And you know what? For Cumberland, the fact that they said, okay, we can't go to game 5. Okay, we can't lose the series. Okay, we can only drop this and that. And then risking plays sometimes excessively, all of it in conjunction with one another doesn't work out positively. So right now, they're feeling it more more than ever. They are now down by 3. The need to score has become more apparent than ever, and them risking it that much more could lead to being an even more downward spiral. So to answer your question, ultimately, that pressure never goes away. It's how can you function knowing that pressure is there?
And absolutely, right now, it's totally been Oklahoma Christian putting all the pressure on. That last goal from North has a good candidacy, but being goal of the day. Being able to pop over one defender and then breaking the axles of another defender on a way to a 3-0 scoreline. And that was right there loose, and it was knocked away the last passable moment.
Yeah, at this point, Oklahoma Christian is clip farming. They're doing their best to have fun, maintain their composure, and that confidence that we've seen out of them in this one so far. That pinch didn't go G-Man's way, but it's also nice to see. I mean, shout out to North. 3 goals, 3 saves as well for him. We've mentioned so much about G-Man, someone else coming alive when it matters for Oklahoma Christian. They are indeed playing spoiler as needed, and Naya now needs to save this one and is in very dangerous territory in doing so. Seems like Cumberland is consistently on the back foot in this one.
Yeah, definitely. That's a strategy that you don't see all too often in tension. Something that happens in the Roller Rock League, and that is you have one person who's pretty much known as your brand, the tip of the spear, the most offensive, scary threat, and then they kind of just hang back and they be that person on defensive line, leaving someone else to be open to score. But the thing is, that other person, that other car, that other battle car has to score. North did that, and this is why this game just seems so much more Oklahoma Christian's way, because it's definitely working for them, and it's something you really couldn't see going into this one.
Ooh, North over to Chili. Chili's shot isn't on, but still the pressure is there from Oklahoma Christian. They have been living in Cumberland's half for a majority of this game. Finally, we see it clear, but how long can they stay on the offensive zone? A couple of bumps come through, but Chili takes his time. He realizes he can burn that time. Every 5 seconds matters, especially when you have a 3-goal lead. Chili working his way upfield now. North down here. Can't do much more than that. Now Nex quickly challenged by G-Man, and that was a thoughtful decision. Another open net at that. Chili gets one himself. Oklahoma Christian up by 4. Cumberland, what is happening?
Yeah, that was a light touch by Nex that really drew everyone out, and then when that happened, everyone got scattered. You look at that OK Christian side, and everyone's having the time of their life when they're giddy on the columns because anything else was going to happen the way it did.
Yeah, all smiles right now for Oklahoma Christian. You can tell in the player cams they are feeling good. They are making plays. They are having fun with this one. And obviously the opposite sort of feeling for Cumberland. Puller takes one here. And I mean, we've seen crazy things happen before with under a minute remaining. Cumberland has a lot of work to do.
And comebacks in a minute. I've seen 3-goal, 4-goal, and 5-goal deficit. It's not rare, it's not possible, but it's definitely improbable. But I love the fact that fight's still in that side.
Kickoff goes the way of Oklahoma Christian. Trying to get it to North here. Almost has the angle for it. Naya, a phenomenal save. Can it go the other way? No, North is back and already deflects it. Polar up to the air. Chili contesting. Only gets a piece of the car. Naya shot blocked by G-Man. Next on the follow-up. Still life to live for Cumberland. 2 goals, 35 seconds.
I'm so glad there was no caster cams in the corner there because my head went back when Knight hit the post, but thankfully, graciously, Nex was there, and now it makes it interesting, but a bit more than 30 seconds to go.
Do we dare see some kickoff shenanigans? Chili makes the touch that's needed, but Nex is there, sends it midfield. Naya does get the win on this touch, but G-Man sends it away. Nex trying to get it towards the quarter. G-Man, a good challenge, a good demo here, makes the shot as well, and G-Man just can't be stopped.
Well, you want shenanigans, or you got malarkey instead? This one here could be the end of Dagger going the other way. It's 5-2, and 18 seconds with 3 goals doesn't seem all that likely, Chicksa.
Can tell a team that's probably pretty happy right now in the background with Northwood. This one, though, goes on in. You know what? I'm not saying anything just yet. 2 goals, 15 seconds, still not out of the question.
Yeah, what is defense, y'all? Is everyone just chilling out and waiting for game 4? What's going on?
Oh my goodness. I don't want to caster curse anything. I don't want to say anything too much.
That's cool.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, what is happening? North, though, does have control of this one. I think that's enough time to prevent 2 goals from happening. Chile, in fact, putting on one of his own. North as well, the little touch to move on in, and that safely secures the Oklahoma Christian victory.
Is anything saving Rocket League? No, I'm with over 100%. That right there is a dagger after the dagger. Maybe the twist after the dagger. Oklahoma Christian with a fantastic display of using their strengths when they find out what the strengths are and applying the pressure when needed.
Zeros on the mark, and all right now, Oklahoma Christian have the opportunity to take this series now just as much. Cumberland still, though, could fight to take this series nonetheless. We mentioned the prizing between 1 through 8 especially is important at the end of the day, but Cumberland obviously probably feeling defeated at this moment in time. But yeah, Northwood, I believe now, secures their spot in moving forward because of the 2 games dropped by Cumberland.
Yeah, you know what? And it's definitely well-earned and well-deserved. Hey, look, there's some series when you get to the game 4, you go, oh man, it's back and forth. It's kind of like a mirror match. You don't know. I'm not trying to say Cumberland can't come back from this, but the last game and a half, has been just Cumberland on the back foot, not even understanding what is being flailed at them. That is a critical thing for any team to be in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned how crazy and how important both of OKC's games were today, and now they're just showing how important this 4th one was. I mean, only if they could have played, spoiler, to Northwood earlier as well, but they're clicking at the right time. Nonetheless, having the momentum going into close qualifier would be a positive thing, but this series is yet not over. There's still time for Cumberland to come back to ultimately win the series, or for Oklahoma Christian to close out and take a very dominant win against a team that had a lot of people, wondering how could they be so good this season and how much better could they get continuing forward.
Yeah, and more importantly for me, I get my predictions all wrong today. I won't be able to live with myself if Cumberland doesn't make it happen. But that said, though, Oklahoma Christian is in the driver's seat, figuratively speaking. Just go back to what you're doing before. You really use the passing plays and understanding that once everyone's looking for G-Man, you got to give opportunities for North and Chile to put this one ahead.
50 here. Naya sends this one down to Polar. Can't find the connection though on the shot, and Naya is still there. Has boost to work with. 50's even backwards. This one trying to go down below the post, and we can't do just that yet. Polar almost finding his protractor. Shot from Naya. Nobody in net. And like that, Cumberland will start the scoring in game 4.
We'll talk about one that was definitely critically needed. It's early in this game yet here, but understanding being in the space, dropping down, and having it on target is something you have to get yourself confidence in the run of game. Not yet does it, and Cumberland has the lead.
Off now will go in favor of Cumberland. Polar, though, a little bit off the mark. The 50 maintains the ball there, and yet another one to follow through. Chile over to G-Man, who has an open net, does carry it on through, and the answer for Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah, an absolute dime. The question was, will they be able to have a car up there by Polar? We get there in time. Didn't, but G-Man understood the control was, brought it in on the short side, and now, just like that, chicks, so we're level once more.
It's been a very level game for a majority of this series. Last game, a little bit more of a fluke when it comes to Oklahoma Christian really maintaining most of the lead they had all game. But otherwise, game one was so close and had that kind of back and forth feel to it. Almost a mistake here, but Chile luckily has time to get to this ball, popping it away from Naya and North to get it even past next. G-Man trying to race to it, demos Polar, even with his effort to stop the ball. And for now, Cumberland looking to push upfield, still Pride on the line. Next, taking it underneath, and North to send it to the corner. 2 in the corner, and a clear for Chile and some space for Oklahoma Christian.
There's one thing we hadn't seen in the last series that we're seeing here from Oklahoma Christian. That's a bit of composure. There's that about 2 or 3 opportunities. That last exchange, and North scores. I was going to say, their composure and patience paying off for them, and it shows right here.
Yeah, a nice just persistence to North on this play. He doesn't have much boost to work with. He has 2 defenders in the area that he's currently occupying, but yet he still goes for the ball even low on boost and still makes that shot matter. It's the little things that Oklahoma Christian has been doing that just make themselves better and better as the game has gone on. We've seen so much more of the ball moving around across the team. It's no longer the G-Man show. Everyone has contributed equally. Still though, G-Man doing phenomenally consistently, but it's nice to see North and Chile also picking up the pace and showing that they can make a difference in these games and having that sort of chemistry, that potential that we've mentioned a lot of these teams have showing up in this one.
Yeah, you know what? That's something a lot of teams, even teams outside of CRL, even your club teams can take note. An individual battle card can carry you to a lot of almost the promise. Like, it'll be a lot further in standings, whatever you have ways of your competition. But ultimately, the team-based game, for that reason, one car is easy to be removed from situations, easy to be put out in awkward situations. Everyone has to be balanced, and when everyone's balanced, everybody eats. What a score! What a goal there for OKC!
Yeah, you have to contest G-Man here. Everyone's so hesitant and scared of him that now they've slowly seen the impact he has on the game, that he's able to send it over here to Chile, and Chile's able to finalize that play. They're all working in unison right now to maintain a lead and the presence that's needed. Even already, G-Man already up, contesting early, has the boost to work with, has the play to make, and North will get it upfield. Chile now challenging when needed. They keep the ball in the offensive zone. The rotations look so solid. This is the OKC that I think probably Bass more so than anybody talks about being as good as they can be. And now we're seeing exactly what we hoped they could have shown a little bit more in split one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where you kind of like coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Because this is kind of a tactic that would have done this squad a lot of good in past opens and past editions of the split, but maybe a little bit late for now, but definitely something you could apply to qualifiers because they are that good. And that's cool to see that you're able to find what works for your team, even in the run of competition.
1 minute remaining, Cumberland down by 2. We saw them make a run a little bit late in the last game. Sure if they can do it again to try to even the tides. North putting a shot on target. This one deflected away. The pinch for Polar. Is it on? No, just off the post and out. Could have been a game-changing moment for Cumberland. They've just struggled to make plays in particular. This one even deflected away. 7 shots right now for Cumberland and only 1 goal to account for all that effort. On the other end of things, 6 shots for Oklahoma Christian, 2-2-2 apiece for each player, and they've made 3 of the 6 of them. Just shows how definitive each and every opportunity has been at the end of the day. Cumberland's still trying a couple of pot shots, a couple of plays. This one trying to go underneath the bar, and North still denying. Oklahoma Christian holding on in the remaining seconds of game 4.
Well, I would always say I'm not a momentum person, but this series totally sold it for me. Oklahoma Christian, what a fantastic performance in the back end. Really Cumberland's series to lose, and lose they did. Congratulations, this one.
Yeah, impressive performance for Oklahoma Christian. Heartbreaking for Cumberland after such a good start to their season. But you're right in fact of momentum. It can sway things in terms of series by series record or even in terms of game by game record. The entire game, that was so heavily in Oklahoma Christian's favor. On the other end of things for Cumberland, they just didn't seem as on point as they needed to be. And I think this is now 4 straight series losses for Cumberland as well after a 3-win start to their season. It's not what you want to see going into close qualifiers. This is what we mentioned is the opposite from what we've seen across other teams who have been doing well notoriously in the back half of this season.
Yeah, you know, this is why this decision was so hard for me, but I was swayed by the desk. The bad influence of the desk got me picking the wrong one, but you're right. The skid that Cumberland has wasn't really discussed enough, and a little bit of that, tendrils of that, still showed his ugly head in this one.
Yeah, a lot moving forward for both of these teams who now are in closed qualifier. Both of them, you know, who knows, may may find themselves, may not find themselves, may go against the very hungry teams that have been in the last couple of opens that have been making a name for themselves. Again, more than ever, talent has been stacked, and it has been difficult to maintain that dominance that we have seen in the past from a lot of these teams. So a lot to think about for everyone that we've seen thus far. What are your final thoughts on this series, Novanta?
Well, I can't wait for the second split because we got ourselves a lot of cool matchups here. But man, I can't believe I got all my predictions wrong today. I gotta go back to like the Castor Gym or something. This is nuts.
Well, I guess we can't go back to the Castor Gym, but we can see our other two hosts and analysts potentially. Bass, Vaughn, how we feeling?
The one time I don't pick OC on the upset. I have been their most diehard supporter all year. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to play it safe. I'm thinking Cumberland. Come on, man. Anyways, congratulations to OC. They actually do finish the season not only with an extra win under their belt, but now they are definitively ahead of Baylor as well. Baylor do lock themselves in at the 8th seed coming out of this one because they only got one win throughout the split versus OC, which now have 2. And, I mean, Vaughn, we watched that one back, and I feel like after game 2, we kind of went, oh, boy. And that was like the beginning of the end.
I mean, you were talking about like, oh, it's usually game 1 that Oklahoma Christian wins. And I was like, okay, they didn't win this one, so maybe we're going to be seeing a sweep. And then it's like, okay, game 2, that was just a statement, but also Polar got so close to like bringing it to OT with that goal line save and just barely deflected off the post away. Like, if they were going to win it at the end, I was going to ask them like, what happened in the comms after that went by? But on the other side of things, we just saw such a lock-in from Oklahoma Christian. It didn't necessarily seem like Cumberland were like playing poorly per chance, but it was just mainly like, okay, Oklahoma Christian, they have nothing on the line. This is usually when teams are like, we got this. We don't have to worry too much. Let's secure that 7th seed. Let's get a little bit of extra prizing too. And well, that's what they were able to do here, Bess.
I mean, it's what they did, but also we talked a little bit about this behind the scenes. Somehow maybe gave them the harder matchup now going into the closed qualifier by upping their seed. That's up to debate at this point, but what isn't up to debate is the quality of Oklahoma Christian. Chicks, you talked about it. They needed to play confidently. They needed to have other pieces besides G-Man fill in that puzzle. They did exactly that in this series.
Oh yeah, it was so fun to see Chile North start to also play up to what G-Man was trying to hand them on a silver platter at times, and finally see those connections go through. You're like, okay, this is the OC that Bass always talks about. You know, this is what we expect from them and the potential that they have. It's the same with across many other teams where we're like, they have the pieces to the puzzle, but they're not always fitting. And for the first time that I've seen in a while, they all fit together, and it made for that seamless execution on the field.
Again, we've talked about the lack of predictability throughout this season, or I guess throughout the split so far here. Novanta, coming into this one, did you think OC's 2 wins were going to be Cumberland and Baylor for the split number 1?
No, not at all. I mean, look, I know I make fun about the whole caster curse and desk and stuff, but this really has been one of the hardest ones to pin down in recent years. I mean, every given Sunday it's something new and something different, and the ones who fall to the other opponents are always ones who are like, wait, what happened? Tell me this? Champ League, explain? Like, it's just one of those things that's so weird. That's what makes it so cool.
I mean, honestly, I've talked about this a couple of times on the show here. I've been trying to keep up with the predictions across the board here to see who, of our casting team had the best and the worst predictions. There's not really a best or worst. We were all within like 1 or 2 predictions of each other. Most of us went 50 flat down the board. Novant, unfortunately, you are at 3 out of 8 right now, prediction-wise. So you're one singular prediction off, though. But on the other hand, our leader right now, Jigsaw, you are 7 for 12. So again, barely above that 50% mark. It really just goes to show on any given day, any CRL team can win. And this is what we've talked a lot about, is that it really is a coin flip. And I feel like that's what's made this first split so entertaining so far here, Vaughn, has been the fact that you really don't know what's going to happen on any given day.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing too. Like, I went for Concord in the previous one against Winthrop because I was thinking like they are on kind of a hot streak. They're looking pretty solid. Any team could like potentially do something against the squad who's pretty much lock things in. And then, well, we've seen Winthrop basically be that de facto consistent favor where they have a plus 15 game differential, only lost in game 5 overtime to Northwood of all teams. So it's like, okay, we know at least one squad is consistent. The rest of the teams, you could just kind of mix them all around, do a wheel spin and and see who's going to be placed after that, basically like we've done before. So kind of seeing that the way that these teams have been able to find themselves throughout the semester and now going into this closed qualifier. I worry for all the closed qualifier teams because these squads have a chip on their shoulder and they are ready to make it back into Split 2.
Well, let's find out from one of those teams. We've got Chile on the line. Vod, I know you got a couple of questions for the winner of our Cumberland versus OC match.
Thank you, Bass, and welcome in Chile in the winner circle here. Yes, I know the semester might not have gone exactly how you wanted, but ending off with a win against a team like Cumberland, what does that mean to you and the squad?
It feels pretty good to get our confidence up because obviously, yeah, it's not season that we wanted. We wanted to do better, but it's good we could at least show a win out here. But yeah, finish it up.
Yeah, great victory at the end there. There was a very nail-biter game too. Polar almost able to get that like final goal to send things to OT. What were the comms like in that game specifically because it went down to the wire the way it did?
Honestly, they were pretty calm. Game 1, we were a bit quiet, a bit dull coming off the Northwood loss. And then, like we said in the break, and like our coach Taylor was like, guys, like you need to bring the energy up. You know that we're being all dull, depressed. Like bring it up, bring the energy up, let's win it. And we went out there and finished strong, made a big difference.
It felt like you were playing more of that like anchor role towards the end of things as well, and North was really stepping up, but G-Man, it felt like he had a generational run. I mean, how did G-Man make sure and the rest of your team propel them forward to those crazy goals that he was able to pop off?
G-Man's just the best player there is. I don't know. He's a great teammate, and North has been playing really well, especially this season. So I just love those guys. If I just do my job, we'll get wins.
Well, talking about doing your guys' job and getting those wins, it's been confirmed that you guys are either playing Ball State or Syracuse in that matchup for the closed qualifier, in the upper bracket at least, depending on how things go. I mean, who do you want to face off against? How do you think things are going to perform for you guys? Are you worried, or are you just thinking it's just going to be an easy path back into Split 2?
I won't say it's an easy path. I'd rather verse Syracuse than Ball State. I think our play style just naturally doesn't work really well against Ball State, but we just got to face and beat whoever's ahead of us. So that's what we're going to try to do.
Well, speaking of those close qualifiers, who do you think is like the most lethal team to keep an eye out for those people that might not have been tuning into the opens?
For the close quals, honestly, probably Ball State. I was pretty surprised they didn't make it, and I think they're a really good team. So that's the pick for me.
Well, any final thoughts from you, Chili, before we send things away for the end of the split here?
Yeah, I'll say we should always lose game 1 because we won game 1 against Northwood, St. Clair, WVU just to get swept after that. And then this series, we lost game 1 and brought it home. So I think we should throw game 1s from now on.
There you go. Yeah, get the mental established. Just make them be having a false sense of security. That's the way to come out on top. Well, thank you, Chili. Congrats on your victory. We'll see you next Saturday in the closed qualifier.
Thanks a lot, bud. See ya.
See ya. Well, that was a great interview there with Chili. You know, just cool, calm, and collected, held together like his headset with tape. It felt like there too. But, you know, seeing that G-Man and North were able to pop off the way that they did really just goes to show that Chili just got to live up to his namesake. Be as chill as can be, support them as best as possible, and let them do their thing because they came out swinging this series.
I mean, this is the version of OC that we knew was capable of showing, but we had not seen it at many times throughout this semester. When this team is on, they are very hard to play against, and even Northwood learned that lesson today, as the game 1 that they faced against them was a lot of exposing the weaknesses of what Northwood had. The only concern is that, as you heard from Chili, they had that one moment of brilliance, and the rest of the series didn't go their way. This time, a complete flip of the script. Again, I cannot believe they lost game 1 and then proceeded to just smack Cumberland for like 3 games straight. Even watching it, I have to imagine, Ovanta, that wasn't the feeling coming into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely not. You have the L, you kind of go, well, I mean, it's okay. And then, but you find a new layer of grit that I guess a lot of us didn't see coming. And actually, the way they won too wasn't close. It wasn't flukes. They were pretty much handed victories. It was almost like they got a shot in the arm and then showed out in the pitch.
It feels like they are finally coming into their best form, which means they got to keep that going for the closed qualifier. Again, that is all of our matches so far here today. We'll take a quick look back at them to kind of just talk a little bit about what we've seen. So it's definitely been a pretty straightforward day. No, never mind. Seriously, there's no part of this that was ever easily predictable. From the fact that Oklahoma Christian wins against Cumberland, the fact that Northwood gets that perfect 3-1 to line us up with the equal 2-2. Where do you even begin to dissect today here, Vaughn?
I mean, the only constant in CRL right now is that Winthrop are the best team in Collegiate Rocket League. That has been proven time and time again, as I was mentioning, kind of during that interview as well. But it just goes to show Concord is a mirror of Cumberland, where they didn't have the best start of the semester because they lost to Cumberland and then came back a little bit towards the end there. Cumberland, the opposite as well, where they were able to do really good at the start and then kind of settled more into where we expected them to fall afterwards. So really just goes to show no team is safe, especially in these close qualifiers going into that second split. Because again, the teams who are in the top echelon, they just get a berth into split 2. They don't get guaranteed spots in that fall semester championship. And that's what all the teams are eyeing to see if they can make it there, be the top 4. Again, it's going to be a tough task for all these teams to fulfill.
And again, it's really difficult when any given Sunday you get a different result. The Concord win over West Virginia is definitely going to send shivers down the spine of any team that's going to not only face them in close qual, but potentially in split 2 if they are able to make it back. OC kind of proving. I know we had a lot of questions about, how good is this team really? We've seen them play up against the top 8, but we haven't really seen them against the rest of the competition. And really, how well can they fare against them? Well, they're faring pretty well against the top 8 still, so that should be an indication that they're going to be pretty threatening going into that second split. And here is the final standings for split number 1. As you can see, our 4 teams on top are making it through without having to play through that close qualifier. Winthrop, West Virginia, St. Clair, and Northwood. A massive congratulations to all of you. And then from the bottom up, Baylor, OC, Concord, and Jixa, Cumberland do indeed fall because of not only the loss that they take, but again, game differential. Honestly, we don't even have to talk about game differential. The loss itself has now solidified them here in the bottom 4.
Yeah, it's a little wild to see Cumberland taking the loss, but I did mention they have now lost 4 straight in the back half of split 1, so they're just not doing or being as confident as they need to be. Yes, we're arguably their harder games at the end of the split, sure, but they need to be taking not only more games for the higher differential, but they have to be more confident when they go into it. They just didn't have that same sort of team chemistry that we've seen out of Cumberland in the past, that confidence, that vibe that we've talked so much about today. You can clearly see now with the player cams how a team is doing depending on how they're feeling and looking through those cameras. So for now, we need them to have that kind of resurgence and confidence moving into close qualifier to hopefully show up again in this one. Because again, all 4 teams at the bottom of our split 2 cutoff right now have so much potential. It's just they have a lot of very eager and very hungry teams in close qualifier that they're going to have to match up against, and that could arguably be harder than our top 4.
Spoken about it a lot. It's time for us to finally take a look at this closed qualifier bracket. We have got 12 teams, including 4 that we just mentioned, ready to play. And as you can see, there are 4 spots to qualify. 2 from the upper bracket, 2 from the lower bracket. Navant, I'm going to you first. Where does your eye go into this bracket immediately?
The first thing I saw is about how Fisher's back in the situation. But come on, what about Ball State, man? You and I go back and forth every year about how I'm not a Ball State believer. I'm a Ball State hater, but they will not die. It's hard to kill. They're just so good. They're so resilient. So here's a chance for them to have the redemption arc.
Unfortunately for OC, like we just heard, they aren't too thrilled about getting matched up into a bracket with Ball State. Their playstyle, as they self-proclaim, said is not all that great of a matchup. However, if they do win that, they then have to play either Concord, Akron, or St. Edward. None of the above sounds like a good option here, Vaughn.
No, that is just the death bracket for Oklahoma Christian, unfortunately, on their end of things. Of course, there is that lower bracket that they can go into if they do falter in that first matchup. So does bode a little bit better because they would have less competition from that side of things, arguably, just based on looking at the specific teams that would fall there. So that's what they're hoping is do decent enough and then fall a little bit further and then maybe qual through the lowers. Because again, as long as you make it to that final matchup and qualify, you still get into split 2, even if you don't go through uppers. So, I'm keeping an eye on that Fisher Davenport series. That's pretty hotly contested. Michigan State versus Kennesaw. Every single match that we have here, Bass, is going to be electric.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's a lot of ones in the first round. And Chixie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. My eye's going immediately to Fisher Davenport. That has got to be one of the closest matches we could possibly have in its first round.
I mean, yeah, Davenport's been playing spoiler to a lot of teams that had hoped to get into the closed qualifier in general. So curious about how Davenport's doing, how they're looking. Same thing with Fisher. I mean, my eyes are also going a lot to Syracuse. Wondering what is this team about. They have a lot of support in their esports program, a beautiful facility. So like, how much better has Syracuse gotten in general as a name that we normally don't see on this list in general at all? And Ball State, generally, you know what? I could see Ball State losing and then doing a lower bracket run too. There's so many teams here that tend to have this stupid lower bracket run. And I see it as happening and being a little bit crazy. Same thing. What is Akron about? Are they here? Are they ready to play again? Are they not ready to play again? They have a very difficult lower bracket. Is Concord ready against Akron and St. Edwards? Arguably as difficult
they lost
as
to them
possible.
recently.
Yep.
I know. That's why I'm like, it's too hard to have opinions about this. Like, I don't want to make a bracket.
Well,
to do a fill it. I don't want to fill this out.
See, this is where I get to have fun as the host of this one, because now I get to propose the question all three, or I guess all four of us.
Answer.
Well, I don't know. I'll make this easier. One team, I give you each. It can be repeats. One team you are guaranteeing will make it out of here into League Play Split 2. Vaughn, you can go first.
I gotta go with Fisher on this one, man. They have looked insane. The captaincy of Royales has been on another level, and they have been grinding as much as they can. This is the best look we've seen for them since they had a different squad last semester, and I fear for Davenport. They struggled against Boise. They're gonna struggle against this Fisher roster, and Cumberland, they probably would have hoped that they got the victory there so they don't even have to play against a Fisher squad here, because honestly, out of those 4 teams in that specific cell, I think they're the most dangerous.
I think it's a valid take. Again, we've seen how good they are, and we've also heard, however, from them, they don't necessarily get it done in the upper bracket, so there's actually a world that they do really poorly here to start, and then just clean house in the lower bracket, as Royales has spoken about multiple times on social media. Avanta, I go to you next. Who you think is getting out of this one and making it in the split 2?
Look, you always say every given Sunday, every given Rocket League team is all parity, but if you told me I had to put up challenge points, it would be Fisher. I can't. That's the only thing I think of, the closest thing to a short bet. If there is such a thing as a short bet, they're just a strong team, strong leadership, strong rotations, and my personal favorite, I love how they pass the ball.
Yeah. All right, Chixa, are we breaking the trend here, or is it literally everybody? I'm going to make sure I don't pick Fisher so we don't curse them. I'm not doing that to Fisher ahead of time. Royales is way too nice of a dude. I refuse to. So, Chixa, if you want to go 3 for 3.
No. I didn't want to go 3 for 3. That's also boring. Like, give me.
Wow.
Give me Kennesaw. Okay. Honestly, like, give me another quote unquote old head. Moving on forward. I want to see it. I want to see it. I think Kennesaw looks really good.
The mountain.
Yup.
Yeah.
2 world champions in CRL. Please.
Give it to me. I want it. I want to see that battle between the two of them as well. Like, legendary. I can't say otherwise.
I can't wait for it. I would love to see Kennesaw get in. I would love to see 2 world champions. We would have Garrett G and we would have Kronovi in Collegiate Rocket League in league play. The games would feed generations. I'm going to break the trend a little bit here, though, and I'm going to go for a team that has made it before and that I believe deserves to make it back. We have talked about it. Ball State has been the most dominant team through all of the opens. They have dropped one single series. And I know. I talk every year. Ball State's back! This is it, baby! They're ready to cut! And so far, I've been wrong on most of those predictions. But I truly do believe that this is the one where they're going to make it work. Not only for the sake of, like, how well they've been playing recently, but we've heard it from BK, man, the coach of Ball State. They are not happy that they did not make it into League Play Split 1. They are very much upset of the way that they went into that day, the way they ended that day, their performances around that date in outside leagues as well as in CRL. This is where Ball State need to kind of prove, because I know we've given them a lot of, like, this is your last lifeline, but, like, please, Ball State, do not make me look a pool again. And
watch us all be wrong. It's just the same teams that make it in.
Oh,
This
please,
is like-
no.
This is your like Charlie Brown giant pumpkin every year. Ball State, I swear. You gotta believe me.
Gotta believe me, I
Actually, right.
promise.
We picked 3 teams that weren't in, and that means we assume that like 3 of the 4 that were just in are going to be out.
Or one of those teams makes it. Most of us are wrong, and then 3 of the other teams make it through. But you know what?
That's
Let's
most likely the
find
case.
out. We have got a lot to talk about here to end this show. We want to remind people, if you want to watch this closed qualifier bracket, it's going to be streamed by the community. So a lot of these universities are going to be streaming their own perspective. There'll be a couple of people from this desk as well as around the scene that'll be broadcasting it as well. I know myself personally, I would love to be able to. I'm going to try to on the day. I think, Bod, you've talked about it as well. Chicks and Novanta, gotta hope we get you guys in there for all of the action. But I encourage everybody at home, if you do want to see this closed qualifier bracket, make sure to pay attention to socials. Those will be posted in various spots, and there will be a multitude of streams that are covering this event. You do not want to miss it. A reminder, this is on Saturday. Upcoming is when we're going to have this broadcast going on. And again, not here on the Rocket League channel. It'll be throughout the community as a whole. So if you can bring it back real quick to the 4 of us so we can close out our show. This is the end of split number 1. Guys, I can't believe we've got here. We're done. 3v3 opens are done. League play split number 1 is done. It feels surreal to even say that, Chixa.
Yeah, it's really mind-blowing, and as you can tell, we're all on a different page in a sense with what's going to happen.
Me and Novanta got it.
okay. But for the most part, in general, not only are our predictions all over the place, but we are just in general all over the place on who's going to make it and just the entire scene. I mean, we're all in agreement that this scene is crazier than ever.
Best ever been.
Unpredictable. It's, yes, the best it's ever been. The talent is certainly there. You have as much veteran talent as you do of newcoming talent, and all of it is so fun to watch and try to predict every week. Honestly, it makes our job a lot more fun when we're all like 50% predictions compared to being 100% correct week after week. So keep making it more exciting. And you know what? I cannot wait for the closed qualifier because there are going to be a lot of surprises. That is the only thing I can guarantee.
Yeah, you mean you didn't enjoy it when we just predicted Northwood week after week and then 90% of the time got it correct? It's just astonishing that we have passed that and now gotten to where we are now. But guess what? There's a chance for not only Northwood to continue beating the second semester as they've made it into split, but a lot of teams to compete in our 2v2s. We talked about how the 3v3s are officially open. Guess what? That means 2v2s have opened the door here. We implore every one of these teams to register today. We close on October 31st at 1 p.m. Eastern, and I will continue to say to all of these teams, I know you probably think you've got plenty of time to sign up, and there's nothing that could go wrong, so why wouldn't you just sign up now, right now, please. Go right now to start.gg/CRL Fall 25-Open 2v2-1. Just go to it and sign up right now. Get the problems out of the way. If you end up having an issue, we got a whole team that's here to help. But if you do it last second, we cannot. So please, I implore every one of these teams to go today. But you've talked a lot about this. There's a huge prize pool coming into this as well. A lot of scholastic prizing being given away.
Yeah, top 4 of the 4 different pools that do not meet with each other. So you're going to have some really tough competitors. I know T-Corral and Percy are playing on the squad for Winthrop. There's some other teams. We hope Baylor signs up. They haven't signed up for some reason, but that'd be another team to look out for. There's some really top squads in all of these colleges that are competing in. And also ones that you haven't seen compete in the Opens and ones that you haven't seen compete in league play that will still be able to play that. So if you just have you and a buddy that are at the same college, make sure you sign up for this and compete in it, because again, it's a good time, some good practice, because again, there's going to be the RLCS 2v2s happening at the end of this upcoming season. So some good practice for that as well.
It's a lot going on here, and I did realize I talked a lot about the dates to close, which I feel like I have to, because we got to hammer that home. It seems to be registration dates are a difficult thing within the collegiate community, but the actual games will be played on November 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Again, there will not be an official broadcast for that. It's going to be another community-ran thing, so we implore you guys to make sure you're keeping up to date with socials across the board and see who's going to be streaming from what perspective. But that does now lead us to the very end of the show, the very end of split number 1. I'm just gonna go down the board here, man. This has been one of the most competitive seasons we've ever seen, one of my favorite formats in CRL history. I mean, Bod, you've been around for a lot of them. I gotta get your closing thoughts here at the end of the split.
most competitive season we've had in quite some time, and we still haven't seen a West team make it into the competition here. Yes, you could claim Oklahoma Christian and Baylor are in that side, but they're in Central, so not truly West squad. We want to see more teams compete in these competitions from the other end of things too. We need the teams that are leveling up their rosters between semesters to showcase things in the spring. There's so much competition in collegiate rock league. This is the best time to be a fan of it. Make sure you are participating and rooting for your favorite schools and teams that are out there. I've just been a fan of it, and it's been a great time to be here.
Vanta, any closing words here, my friend?
Vaz 100% correct, but Bass, I don't know what merch Ball State is sending your way, but you will go for them for as long as you can. And I tell you what, why the heck not? This is the season, the semester of heroes and legends all rolled into one. This has been fantastic. Pick a new pony if you want to, or stay with the ones you love. You're going to have yourselves a good time all season.
All I'm saying is I actually technically have merch from 2 of the teams that are competing in the closed qualifier. Shout out to Q's and shout out to OC, because that's all that I've got so far.
Send me stuff. Send me stuff. I'm cool. Like, what's going on?
I didn't pick either of those teams to win the open qualifier or the closed qualifier, so I cannot be swayed even if you send me merch, is what we're learning here today.
I'm easily swayed. Easily.
That's your Texas thoughts.
We're supposed to be unbiased here. What the heck? Oh my goodness. I'm just as floored as everybody else is with how League Split 1 has gone. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to be here. It's such an honor to see these collegiate teams, time after time, from when I was in college to now out of college. It's just surreal to see how the league and how each school continues to provide more and more support, and that level of play just gets even more exciting to, just cast overall. I can't believe how many times today I've said, good call, I need to clip this. This has been incredible. Like, it has been just an absolute surreal experience. So excited for what's to come in the closed qualifier as well as split number 2.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We thank all of you that have been watching throughout this split. We're not done yet. Split 2 starts next Sunday. No breaks here on the CRL train. We hope to see you at the closed qualifier. And in the wise words of our GOAT Dazzrin, 1, 2, toodaloo.